Good morning, everyone, to the Design Review Board meeting being held here in City Hall at Miami Beach. It's February 7th, and we have a full agenda again today. We do have a quorum currently, and one other member of the board will be arriving shortly. But I thought we'd get started on the agenda. Michael?
Sure. First, thank you, and good morning, everybody. First, I'll turn it over to Mr. Stephen Rothstein, who can let members of the public know how they may participate virtually in today's proceedings.
Okay, sure. Good morning, all. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present in the Commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via the Zoom platform. In order to participate in today's meeting, those wishing to participate via the Zoom platform webinar may dial 888-475-4499, which is a toll-free number, and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Before I swear in those that are testifying and that are present in chambers, I'd like to read the city's registration regarding lobbyists. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You do not have to register as a lobbyist if you are speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you are testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public hearing, or if you are appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their names, address, and the principal on behalf of who they are communicating. If you are an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you are appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. For those that are going to be testifying today and are in chambers, please stand and I'll administer the oath. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And for those online, if you are going to be testifying, I'll have to swear you in as we call you before you address the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes of the previous DRB meeting.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Well, we do have 3 requests for continuances on the agenda, Mr. Chairman. The first is for 8 Century Lane. That's DRB 22-0841. The applicant's requesting a continuance till the March 8th meeting. If I can see if anybody's online and has any comments for the request for the continuance or in chambers.
Is the applicant here?
The applicant's not here.
Not here.
They've indicated that they're still working on design changes based
Okay.
on the direction of the board. So they've asked that the application be continued to the March 8th meeting. And there's nobody online and nobody present.
So we'll close the public portion and turn over board for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to continue DRB 220841 until the March meeting.
Second.
Second by Jason. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And with the companion application, which is DRB 22-0847 for 10 Century Lane, the applicant's also requesting a continuance to the March 8th meeting. If there's any public comment see nobody present in chambers for public comment and nobody online. If I get a motion to continue that to the March 8th meeting.
I move to continue DRB file 22-0847 to the March 8th meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. And the last item on the agenda we have for request for continuance is DRB 22-0876 for 333 East Rivalto Drive. The applicant has indicated they're still working on design changes as recommended by the board and are asking for a continuance to the March 8th meeting. And is there anybody online who wants to speak on the request for continuance? I see nobody and nobody in chambers. If I get a motion for that continuance to the March 8th meeting.
I move to continue DRB file 22-0876 to the March 8th meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Orlando. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Just to let everybody know, we do have a hard stop today at 3:30, but I do anticipate that we should be finished before that time. I did get an email from Sam Sheldon. He will probably be attending the meeting after 10 o'clock. So just to let everybody know, right now, we do require 5 votes for any variance requests. So just keep that in mind for the applicants and the board. With that, we can start with the first application on the agenda, which is DRB 22-0873 for 1920 Alton Road. Did you want to speak before I read into the record the staff recommendation?
Yeah, I might, Michael, just for a minute. We do have 2 variances that are part of this application, which requires 5 votes. One is a 3-foot height variance, and the other is actually a variance to lower the required clearance on the ground floor by a foot. I would respectfully ask that we be heard after Mr. Sheldon arrives so that we have the fullest board available. The other alternative would be to go through the presentation, and if there is a dissenting vote on the variances, to ask to continue at that point. We could do it either way, but I don't want to take your time inappropriately.
Okay.
And so I leave it to the...
I recommend that we move it.
Okay, we'll table DRB 22-0873 for 1920 Alton Road until we get our 6th board member.
Thank you very much for the courtesy.
With that, do we have the applicant for DRB 22-0898 for 8 Ferry Lane?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant, and I'd like to make the same request that Carter made. We have 4 variances, and we would benefit from the full board. Not that y'all wouldn't be fair in your consideration, of course, but we would like to have the full board if possible.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so again, we will table DRB 22-0898 for 8 Ferry Lane until our 6th board member arrives. With that, I see we have the architect here for the next application on the agenda, which does not include a variance, and that's DRB 22-0851 for 6455 Pine Tree Drive Circle. And the staff report and recommendation can be found on page 47 of the board packages. This is an application requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story residence, including a height waiver. This application includes a height waiver of 4 feet. This is zoned RS3. The code allows a maximum height of 24 feet for a flat roof. However, the DRB can waive the height by up to 4 feet, and the applicant is seeking the 4-foot height waiver to go to a height of 28 feet for a flat roof. Now, the subject site is greatly over the minimum size required for an RS3 lot. It's actually more in line with the size of an RS1 lot at over 30,000 square feet. Because of that, staff is supportive of the design, including the height waiver, and is recommending approval of the application. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Choaf.
And before we start, members of the board, have there
I'm
been
sorry.
any ex parte?
I think that's, this is Kobe Karp. Matt Amster's online.
Yes, I'm here. you hear me?
Yes, Matt, before you start, have there been any ex-party communications with the board members that should be disclosed at this time? Okay. And Matt, do you have anyone with you that's going to be testifying that I need to swear in?
Is Kobe Karp in the audience?
No. Oh,
All right.
Wait,
I know he's on his way. I apologize that the agenda's going a little quicker than we anticipated. I'm actually parking in the garage at the moment. But I would need Kobe to be there to present the project. He should be along shortly.
There was a gentleman in the back that raised his hand. I don't know if he's with Kobe's firm.
Michael, since we've leapfrogged...
Okay, we have the landscape architect here, Matt.
Ralph, are you ready?
I'm ready, but I think I need a variance. I'm not sure.
Yes, you have a variance, but I think your variance is more minor than the other variances. So,
Michael, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay. I feel like we're running after something we can't catch.
Okay, we'll take a break for 5 minutes.
5-minute break, okay? Thank you. Welcome, everybody, to the continuance of the Design Review Board meeting of February 7th at, being held in Miami Beach at City Hall. Because the agenda moved along quite quicker than most people would have thought, we're going to jump over the Kobe Karp presentation and go to the next one, which involves Ralph.
Okay, that application can be found on page 63 of the board packages. This is DRB 22-0893 for 315 West San Marino Drive. You want to read that, Ricardo?
Yes, this is DRB file, DRB 22-0893, property address 315 West San Marino Drive. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story residence, including one or more waivers, and a variance from the rear yard pervious open space landscape requirements to replace an existing 2-story home.
So in terms of the 3 waivers being requested, the first waiver is from the additional 5-foot setback required for the second floor facade facing a side street when the lot coverage is greater than 25%. The second waiver and third waiver are from the open space requirements for 2-story side elevations on both the east and west side for elevations that exceed 60 feet in length. And the variance is from, as Ricardo mentioned, from the pervious landscaping requirements within the required rear yard. In terms of the waiver, staff is supportive of the 3 waivers based upon the design presented. As relates to the variance request, the applicant is proposing to park in the required rear yard, which is typically not something that we see. The code has a stricter requirement for 70% landscaping in the rear yard versus 50% in the front. However, in this case, there's no parking in the front, so their total pervious landscaping that they provided is more than would be provided if they complied with the requirement for the front and rear. So based upon the offset landscaping that's provided in the front yard, staff is supportive of the variance request and is recommending approval of the application, including the variance and 3 waivers. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Cho.
And before we start, just two items. One is, have there been any ex-party communications with the board members that are to be disclosed now? No. And then, Ralph, I need to swear you in because you weren't here when we did it. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll set the clock at 10 minutes. That's okay?
Thank you. I hope I need only 3 minutes. I'm going to make this very, very quick. The owner of this property was afraid that if she put the pool in the back, she wouldn't get much sun. So she's opted to put the pool in the front. Now, of course, a pool has to meet the 20-foot setback from the front, which this does. And so the pool is in the front, so the house is pushed further to the rear. Because they wanted a driveway, they don't want a garage. So they just want a driveway. We plan and we want to do it with the grass pavers, which is the concrete pavers that grass grows through. So it looks like it's all grass in the back. And those do not count as pervious. So that's why we need that square footage. The second waiver on the east side, had we removed these, I believe we would be at about 50%. but I feel that the elevation looks much nicer with these vertical elements. This does set back the required 5 feet, but we felt that adding these would make the elevation look much nicer. And the last one is because you have to set back 15 feet from a corner lot, and we have that additional setback because of the pool in the front. And you have to set back the second floor. I'm sorry, I went over that one. Because of those reasons, okay, we needed a little bit more lineal footage in the back, so we have 63.6 instead of 60. So we did what we've designed is kind of a Corbeau-looking type rear elevation where we have different planes and different types of fenestration and materials. And those, so I'll answer any questions.
And was there a variance?
Yeah, the variance is for the rear yard, the pervious space, because he has
Thank you.
parking there.
Anyone from the public wish to speak at this time?
There is nobody online, Mr. Chairman?
And no one in the audience, so I'll close the public portion and turn over to the board for comment.
So can I ask, even with the pool in the front, you still meet all the permeability requirement?
Well, he meets the requirement in the front because it's almost 100% pervious. The issue is the rear yard, which requires 70%. Now he's also providing grass pavers. However, any area that's going to be used for driving or parking of cars, even though it may be technically permeable, we don't count it as landscaping because of that.
So overall, though, even with the pool in the front, they still meet the requirements?
Yeah, if you were to combine the two together, I think as we indicated in the report, he's over by approximately 150 square feet.
Okay.
If you combine the two.
And my only other comment is the back elevation just seems like a lot of concrete to me. It just seems like a lot of blank wall.
Yeah, I was going to ask a little bit about some of the materiality. Ralph, I see you have there's limestone and then...
There's limestone, and here is Covet, the product called Covet, which is the vertical elements. They're actually metal, but they look and they feel like wood. It's an incredible product that we've been using, which is much better than the products before that. And so that this will be like wood. This is limestone, and we have stucco. We wanted to give different types of fenestration here, vertical and horizontal, to make it a little bit more interesting. And we've also popped out this element here.
Yeah, I really enjoyed reviewing this project. I think the materiality is quite nice. I love this kind of earthy, beachy sand dune kind of feel, and I actually really love the way the home sits. You haven't done an understory, but you've also exceeded the base flood by a little bit more, and so I kind of really like how the home sort of, it's a little bit more sea level rise safe, but it also appears kind of like it's floating, and they've carried these elements. So I'm really a big fan. I think using the permeable pavers, of course, is great, because of the way the design is. I look at this project very favorably. Thank you. Yeah.
I have one comment only. I like the house very much.
Thank you.
The front privacy wall, I didn't see it in the drawings. Is it solid?
Right now, we don't have a front privacy wall.
Well, in the landscape plan, you're showing.
I'm sorry. We do have a privacy wall. It is solid, and it won't really affect the driveway too much because we have the picket, the vertical picket gate.
The wall has pickets?
No. The wall is solid.
Okay, but it's encroaching in the triangles of visibility.
It is. If it's encroaching, what we will do is we will put vertical pickets and make it visible in the triangle.
Okay.
I also really like the design. I would have really liked to seen a picture with the wall, but I like the design. I understand. I drove past there the other day, and I understand, why the driveway is being moved from one side to the other. So I'm supportive of that, and I also understand the front elevation is lovely and clearly, well thought out. So I feel like that waiver is fine. I also agree with the other board members that, one of the adjacent house is, the rear of this house is very close to the property line of the adjacent house, and I just want to be sensitive. That house is currently under construction. Who knows how long that will take, but I do want to be sensitive to the fact that whoever owns it is going to be looking up at this large expansive wall of beautiful material. That would be my only comment as well, just to have something beyond a solid wall. But other than that, and I'm glad that you're retaining those two large trees. That was my other concern. I'm not quite sure if the landscape plan solves that, but that section, especially of San Marino, is there's all these old growth trees and there's a lot of shade, and every time a new house comes in, if you look at the other islands, the areas where there have been a lot of homes, the canopy is gone. So I'm very glad that the two big trees are remaining. I understand with the palms, they're right where the driveway is. But I would just encourage you to try to, and I also think, you're talking about beachy and waves and floating, that the landscaping, having a lot of palm trees just sort of goes with that.
I appreciate that. That's actually one of the requirements of the owner when we first met, is that those trees be kept. So that was important. And Jason, I thank you for noticing that this does have a beachy look, and that was our goal in using the colors and the materials for this house.
Yeah, I think you took a site. Obviously, it's complicated because the way it's oriented, so it has like two fronts, right? And that's what Sarah was alluding to. So I actually think your approach to kind of make the front, the back, or it seems like the front should be the front of the house, the long street, but it's actually the short street. So I really like the way you approached the site, and it makes sense to me. Better this way. So, yeah.
I'd like to make a motion.
We should do two motions, one for the design and waivers, then a separate one for the variances.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance.
I second.
Seconded by Mr. Comas. All in favor on the variance request?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0.
I'd also like to make a motion to approve the design as well as waiver number 1, waiver number 2, and I'd like to work with staff to resolve the issues that are concerning us about waiver number 3.
The west elevation.
Which elevation?
Waiver number 3 is the west elevation.
The west elevation.
Let me just pull it just a second. Do you want to see additional?
Yeah, our comments were it's a little bit too much solid wall. If there could be
They would like to see a little more fenestration to the wall elevation and open it up. So that's not a problem.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Diffenderfer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph.
Thanks, Ralph.
Is Kobe here for
Kobe's not here yet.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to, let's see. Do we have the applicant here for DRB 22-0895, which is 845 West 46th Street? No. Okay. How about DRB 22-0896 for 1400 West 23rd Street? Ruben, are you there? Hello, Ruben?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm on my way there, but if you think that it's necessary to do it like this, I'm okay with that.
No, which application are you here for again?
96?
The 1400 West 23rd Street?
Yes, yes, correct.
Yeah, if you're able to do the presentation online, that's fine. I can just go ahead and read in the staff report. Give us just a couple minutes, okay?
Okay, perfect. I appreciate it.
So this is on page 99 of the board packages. Ricardo, if you can read the request.
Yes, this is DRB file 22-0896. Property address is 1400 West 23rd Street. An application has been filed requesting design review board approval for the construction of a new two-story residence, including a height waiver on a vacant site.
So this application is proposing a two-story residence on the south side of Sunset Island number 3. The applicant is also the owner of the adjacent property at 1420 West 23rd Street. As indicated on other applications, the maximum building height in RS3 is 24 feet for a flat roof. However, the board may waive this requirement by up to 4 feet. The applicant is seeking a waiver of 3 feet in order to construct the main home with a height of 27 feet. Now, this additional height is being requested to match the height of the adjacent home, which did receive a height waiver from the DRB back in May of 2019. Because of that, as well as the fact that the lot coverage and unit size are well below the maximum allowed thresholds, staff is supportive of the overall design, including the height waiver, and recommends approval of the application.
Okay, before we start, are there any ex-party communications to the board?
I see none.
None. Okay, and Mr. Gomez, I need you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I'm going to set the clock at 10 minutes.
Perfect.
And Ruben, would you like us to bring up the presentation?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, members of the board and staff. My name is Ruben Gomez from AI2 Design. I'm the designer of the project. And as Michael explained, I think better than I can do, the project is seeking for a 3-feet waiver in order to match the next property that is the same owner, Jason Wright. And one of the things that we would like to do is trying to explain why we're requesting this thing, because this was approved before, and one of the things we would like to do is matching exactly the same feeling and the same style of the actual his living actual residence. He's doing this in a very small, let's say, lot footprint coverage, because I think we have 21% of lot coverage, and we're looking for 26 in unit size. That means that it's half of what we can do normally. He was want to do this thing because of like another house for guests, and trying to improve between properties the green space. As you can see, Michael, I have in here, I cannot see the presentation. Can you give me 1 second?
Sure, yeah. If you want to let us know which page you want to go to in the presentation, or if you want to scroll through it.
Yeah, the thing is right now, because when I'm speaking, I cannot see it, but give me just 1 second to see if I can change this thing here. No. 1 second. Okay, yeah, go next page, and I'll try to see it and explain that.
Ruben, if you'd like to tell me what to look at, I have the presentation myself, and I can tell communications which page to go to. So if you want to look at a rendering or floor plan.
If you allow me. Yeah, no, if you allow me just 1 minute, I can pull in another device and I can see at the same time. Just 1 minute, please.
Okay, sure.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, go ahead. Ruben, are you ready?
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, can you pull the presentation, please?
It's up, Ruben.
The presentation is
perfect.
showing.
Perfect. I'm trying to see in here. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, I don't know what happened. Can you put it on the TV online so I can see it there, because I have uploaded the presentation.
We have the presentation up on the screen.
Okay, got it. Perfect. Okay, next page. Does the survey is a vacant survey? It's a vacant lot.
Ruben, are you seeing the screen? Ruben, are you there?
Michael, I suggest we move on.
Ruben, we're going to come back to you. We're going to go with another application. We're going to come back to this one.
Okay, perfect. Let me prepare, because I went back to the office. Okay, appreciate it.
Okay, no problem.
We'll come back to you.
Thank you.
We'll move back. Colby's now here. Good news.
So we'll move back to 6455 Pine Tree Drive Circle.
Can I use these easels? Is that okay?
Yeah.
This is file DRB 22-0851, property address 6455 Pine Tree Drive Circle. An application has been filed requesting design review board approval for the construction of a new two-story residence, including a height waiver.
So as I mentioned earlier, this application is zoned RS3. The lot size is over 30,000 square feet, which is over the minimum required for even an RS1 zoning district. This house has already been fully permitted, including the landscape plan, and they're here before you today to ask for the 4-foot height waiver. Due to the design and the size of the site, staff is supportive of the waiver and recommends approval of the application.
Yeah, we'd like the microphone is here. Before we begin, have there been any ex-parte communications with the board? None. Okay, and then I just need to swear in Mr. Karp, and then we can proceed. And anyone else on this that hasn't been previously sworn in, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll set the clock at 10 minutes, Mr. Amster.
Great. Thank you. Good morning. Matt Amster with law firm of Burke, Halverdale, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing the Luce Del Sol Trust, which is the applicant and owner of the subject property. With me, and thank you so graciously for giving us the opportunity for our team to get here, Kobe Karp, Taylor Shoemate, and David Odeshu. And as Michael indicated, we're here basically for the height waiver. This is a property that's actually changed ownership a few times in the last couple of years, and there was a building permit both obtained and in process for construction that the new owner bought, took a look at, mostly likes the house, but, you know, as a new owner, has made a few changes, and one of the things that is important to them is to have that height increase. This is a very large lot. It's over 30,000 square feet, which actually makes it like an RS1 lot size. which as of right would be able to have the 28 feet that we're requesting here as a waiver. It's also kind of a very uniquely situated property. It has two corner situations. Pine Tree Drive Circle takes a right turn, and it actually has a little flagpole, very tiny front entrance drive before you open out into the expanse of this irregular property. And then the other corner is that it has two waterways on the northeast corner. But again, very large property. The house is already, as previously permitted, very centrally located on the property. If you can call up the presentation, I'll note that again, it's a very resilient home. It's 3 feet above freeboard, and if you go to the next page, we reached out to our most affected adjacent neighbors, and they all have provided letters of support. So the property to the west and south, and then across the street to the southwest, all have seen our plans, understand our request, and have given us letters of support. With that, I will pass it over to Kobe.
Hi, thank you so much. It was crazy, the Julia title. It was just crazy. I mean, it's amazing. But anyhow, this is the site, and as Matt has mentioned, we've met with our neighbors. This is the site plan. We do have a front motor court, which allows us to set the house well back into the site. We have a large open in the back vista that allows us to set the house back. So the house is really made for the site on an angle to wrap around and create a large amenity area in the back that opens both to the east and to the north side. Also, what happens is that we have a sunken pool area, and you can see what we did is we opened up the vista towards the east as well as towards, that's the park. That image shows you the park of Lagos has a park once you come off the bridge to the right-hand side. This is the front. This is on the property itself. We have the landscape architect. We have beautiful landscaping and mature materials. And so I have the material board here for you as well. So whatever it is, thank you for your time, and thank you for your patience.
I complete your presentation?
Yes, we're in agreement with all the staff conditions and respectfully request the height waiver for this project. Thank you.
Anyone from the public wish to speak? Come forward or raise your hand online.
Mr. Chairman, there is nobody with their hand raised online.
I see no one in the audience, so I'm going to close the public portion and turn over to the board for comment.
I can start. Beyonce just missed the receiving of her Grammy on Sunday because of traffic, so you're very on trend. So, can you tell us? I like this design. I think it's grand. It fits the site. Can you tell us why, though, the design needs additional height?
Yeah, so this is for an end user. This is for a family. The family has kids, and we need to have for the kids, for the mechanical HEPA system. So what we're doing is we're putting a mechanical system in the house, which maintains and recirculates the air, which essentially requires us, Sarah, to provide additional ducting on the living space and the upstairs. So that's why we're seeking. The plans were done and permitted, and these folks bought the property with the permit, and then they looked at that, and then they asked me to come here for that additional height.
Okay,
thank you. Thank you.
I think it's beautiful, Kobe. As you know, you and I both used to have this as our view in our backyard for years. There was a house, then there wasn't a house, then there was an empty lot, then there was Santa Village, if you remember that. There was like snowing out there. Somebody set up a big thing. So I'm super happy. This isn't my view anymore from my home, but I'm so happy to see something coming here, and I think this is really quite thoughtful. I can see you're definitely, maxing out or getting close to maxing out the lot coverage and the unit size here. It's a pretty massive home. I do see some pretty high ceilings. I do see you're asking for 12 feet, I think, floor to floor or clears height on the first floor, and For third, yeah, 10,
right? Yeah, 10.
10 on the second floor. So, maybe for me, a little bit of a compromise would be well received on the height. I do appreciate the fact that you're 3 feet above base flood elevation. Thank you for that. I do just recognize in the staff report it says 10 NGDVD, but in the plans it says it's 11. So it just, I assume the plans are what's correct.
I think there was an issue. Sorry, I think there was an issue with the zoning summary was different. But yeah, the plans control.
Okay. Yeah, I think the program, you've laid out a really elaborate program. I can kind of see that this is specific for a family and the needs. It seems very specific. I do love the way it sits on the site, and the angle out to the deep water there is very nice.
Opens up the view from Allison Island looking to the northwest as well, opens up that aperture, as well as the folks who are on Lagos looking to the east, southeast, yeah.
But I do think it's a massive home for sure. It does sit back. The perception of this home from the street, it ends up being quite minimal in a way because you only have this tiny bit of front access, as you can see the shape of the site.
Correct.
So the impact is kind of from the water and from the homes that are on the adjacent island on Allison and I suppose on the rest of Lagos. So, the perception of how big the home is, maybe it isn't quite perceived from a pedestrian standpoint. Mm-hmm. So maybe a little bit of a height waiver is okay here. Yeah, but I think it's really nice. Yeah,
Thank
great
you.
job.
Appreciate it.
I also feel like 4 is a big ask, especially considering it's a 15,000 plus square foot house. I'd be willing to go, and you have this roof deck structure. So I'd be willing to compromise on 1 foot, but that's where I'm at.
I wish there was a second floor plan in the presentation, at least the one that I have.
Yes. Here we go. So you can see what happens is that the house at the ground level, as was mentioned, is set back and it's on an angle. So you have a vista looking straight down the street, and the house is set in on an angle. And then what happens is the second floor is further set in, which gives you a greater terracing effect on a smaller footprint on the second floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
And due to the angle of the home, we have a very large rear setback.
Yes. Uh-huh.
No, I really love the design, and I really love the way it sits on the lot.
Thank you, Scott.
It's a very cool house. I don't like the height waiver again. I don't know. It's a lot already, and it just keeps going on with these, 3 feet here, 4 feet here. I mean, 1 foot, like, what's the point, really? So the only thing I'll say is, like, the way it's situated on the lot and in it being a corner lot on the water and the way it's set back from the street, I really don't think it would make that big of a difference, but it's just, I hate that we're always talking about what we give as precedent here, and I don't really see a hardship for that. Sorry.
So the site is unique, and Scott, I appreciate your comment. And in order to move this forward, I will accept Sarah's and Jason's recommendation on the 1 foot. Thank you.
Sarah, make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the design with an additional 1 foot height waiver.
No.
No?
No. 1 foot off the floor, I thought. I'm sorry.
Yes.
3 feet. So I'm asking for 4 feet, and I'm willing to go down to 3 feet on the height. Yes, I need a mechanical system in there. That's why I'm here today.
The motion that I'm proposing is to give you an additional 1 foot.
I understand. That's not enough for me. I'm sorry. I would accept it if I could, but the reason I'm here is...
Motion's on the table.
Thank you, Sarah.
Is there a second to that motion? Is there another motion?
I move to approve DRB file 22-0851 with a 2 foot height waiver.
Is there a second to that motion? No second. Is there another motion?
I move to approve the application with a 3-foot waiver.
Thank you.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Seconded by Mr. Comas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Oppose.
Oppose.
The motion carries 4-2.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry I was late. Forgive me, please.
With that, do we want to go back to, now we have 6 members present, but do we want to go back to wrap up 1400 West 23rd Street first? Ruben, are you there?
You want to do Alton Road?
We're going to do Alton Road?
Yeah.
Sorry, Ruben, we're going to do Alton Road first,
Start
and
from
we're
the
going to proceed
beginning.
on the normal course of the agenda. So with that, we're going to bring up DRB 22-0873 for 1920 Alton Road. This can be found on page 9 of the board packages. Ricardo?
Yes, this is file DRB 22-0873, property address 1920 Alton Road. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 5-story mixed-use building, including a variance from the minimum height of the ground level.
Now, just for some additional background here, on November 22nd of last year, the Planning Board approved the conditional use permit for the construction of this structure exceeding 50,000 square feet, including 2 restaurants with more than 100 seats and a floor area in excess of 3,500 square feet. At the Planning Board meeting, issues of traffic, site access, and circulation around the site were reviewed by the Planning Board. This is before you today for the design. Now, you may recall this came before you last on December of last year, and concerns were expressed by the board regarding the massive nature of the design. Since that time, the applicant has made changes to the plans in an attempt to address the concerns expressed by the board. I'll let the applicant describe those changes. In addition to that, we've noted in our staff report that these modifications have reduced the overall monumentality of the prior design. We do have some additional recommendations, including the following. We are recommending that the rooftop railing be set back further to align with the exterior building glazing below. In order to further reduce the massing, we're recommending that the rooftop be modified along Alton Road and 20th Street to remove the continuous connections between the building recesses at the floors below. We are recommending the design of the residential portion of the project be further developed and differentiated from the office portion. This is something that was discussed by the board at the December meeting. We would, at a minimum, recommend that the window glazing for the residential portion be modified to include solid materials or panels for at least the bathrooms and closets, which currently have, showers and toilets abutting exterior glazed curtain wall. Lastly, there are 2 variance requests. One is for a height variance of 3 feet. The second is a variance to allow a height of 50 feet. But in order for the code to allow the height of 50 feet, it does indicate that 12 feet is required from BFE plus maximum freeboard. The applicant's providing 10 feet from that, so the applicant's requesting a variance to allow a 10-foot height for the ground floor from BFE to the underside of the slab in order to get the height of 55 feet, and then the 3-foot variance on top of that. With the changes that the applicant has made, including the additional recommendations noted by staff, we're recommending approval of the application, including variances 1 and 2. Lastly, the applicant did withdraw the 3rd variance request related to the loading zone. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. McDowell.
And before we begin, any ex-party communications, any disclosures by the board? Okay, and then, Mr. Chair, I noted that several members of the public had not been sworn in. Can I do that now so I don't have to interrupt each one approaching the podium? So anyone here for 1920 Alton Road, please stand and raise your right hand that haven't been previously sworn in. Okay. Yeah, Sarah, you were here. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. McDowell, I'll set it at 10 minutes.
I think that should be fine. If we need more time, we'll talk with you about it. For the record, my name is Carter McDowell with Bills and Sunberg, 1450 Brickell Avenue. We're here representing the applicant. We appreciate the opportunity to be back before you. We appreciate the courtesy of the slight delay to allow Sam to arrive. We accept the staff recommendations. I would like to talk about the one condition about removing the connector on the top floor. We'd like to work with staff to see if there's a design that we could come up with. If they say no, we will remove it, but we think there's a design element there that we might be able to work with staff to clarify and modify. Otherwise, we're in full support of the staff recommendation. With that, I'm going to turn it over, since this is a design presentation, to Shamim. As we discussed last time, I don't know what his last name is. I do.
It's a long one.
Let him walk you through the architectural changes, and then we're prepared to address height issues and other things as we come back.
Thank you, Carter. And thank you to the board for granting us this opportunity.
Or not, you do need to put your name in the record.
Sure. So the name is Shamim Ahmadzadeh. I'm the design architect on the project. So as you recall, just wanted to kind of go through some of the requests from the board and then how we responded to it. So some of the comments were that it was too heavy and bulky in appearance, and we really tried to create a more elegant, thin, and light material and also scale. It was said that it was too vertical, and so we tried stepping back the top roof line, and you'll see that in the renderings coming up. It was too dark was one of the comments, so we tried to look at the materiality and create something that's a little bit lighter and brighter. There was a comment about the roof and obviously the potential heat island effect, and also that it could potentially be an eyesore if it wasn't totally green. And so we've looked at creating a lush, sustainable green roof on top of the entire roof structure. And, you know, the comment was made that it didn't seem modern enough. And so we really tried to take it back, look at it, and make it more of a true modernist design in terms of scaling back a lot of the detailing in there. And hopefully you'll see kind of what it is. Again, just a very quick recap. We're looking at the bulk, the total bulk of the project, understanding that it's mixed use, retail on the ground floor, parking on the second. The majority of this building, of course, is office with some residential component to it. Facing the Palau building as well, so that we can have reciprocity between the functions between the two buildings. Again, the scale of the project, we really tried to be respectful of the scale by creating these notches, so that we created 3 massings, if you will, from Alton Road to 20th Street, and then really tried to bring in the balconies so that we can have this kind of more modern look. It's also a more residential look, but it also, for us, provides us the amenities that we feel we need for a Class A office building, and of course for residential as well. So this is what you saw before, and again, we heard all the comments there. This is what you're seeing now, so you can see that really the scale definitely is lessened by taking away the GFRC detailing at the edge. It's a much thinner profile on that edge, again, just typical modernist style architecture. You can also see that by recessing that top floor cantilever by about 4 feet, what that does is it further breaks down the scale of the project. Before it seemed like 3 kind of larger volumes. Now it seems like 2 smaller scale volumes that are still connected with this eyebrow, and that's kind of why we feel the eyebrow is an important component of the project. We actually feel that it in a way, lessens the scale of the project because you don't have the verticality of the 3, what I'll call semi-towers there, right? So it brings it to a more horizontal scale. And this is kind of what it looked like before and what it looks like now, just so that it's clear. Okay, moving on to the detailing of it again. You know, there were a lot of comments made about that detail at the edge, the GFRC detailing. Obviously, we stripped that all back. Made it a much thinner detail at that edge. You can see that the material here is also a much lighter material. So something that's more akin to a bronze or a wood. Again, we're still in the process of figuring out what the exact material is, but the idea is that it'll be warm and light. And again, you can see another close-up detail there. This one really highlights the idea of the top floor being set back. Again, we feel like this is an important part of the design for two reasons. One is that it helps mitigate the scale, and you can see that by looking on the left and to the right. This has much more of a tripartite composition where you have base, middle, and top. And you can also see the fact that even though we're connecting it, but there's still a hole in the notch, this is kind of getting the best of both worlds. So it feels still separate, but connected. And so this is what we wanted to highlight.
One detail as you're looking at that, staff has asked us to move the glass rail on the roof back to the glass line of the either residential or office below, so that glass railing you see in the rendering will in fact not be visible from the street, so it will make it even lighter.
Okay. Again, this was the other view that we had shown previously. Again, this is what it looks like now. With the new kind of more modern detailing, more minimalist detailing, and also the updated material. And again, this is the before and after. And definitely, again, you can see that recess on the top floor certainly helps to mitigate the scale. This was the bird's eye view that we showed, and that the comment was made about, maybe think about the entire roof as a green roof. And so we were able to do that. Now we have a green roof over the entirety of that roof structure. Again, this was a before and after. Some commentary was made in terms of the location of the handicap ramp. So on the left is what we had before. You can see on the bottom right, the handicap ramp was a little bit on the edge of the building. And you can see to the right, we shifted that ramp more into the middle. So that it's a little bit more accessible. So certainly we heard what you said, and we shifted that there. There were some landscape comments made previously. This was the original landscape plan. This is the new landscape plan with the updated backgrounds that incorporated those changes. This is the before and after here. And that's what we have. And of course, in terms of the loading dock, we have incorporated that into the second floor parking level. And so that's been incorporated as requested.
So we now have 3 loading spaces internal to the project, 2 on the ground level, which will accommodate the garbage truck, which we're required to by the planning board, do all loading on site with no on-street loading. That is fully accomplished with the changes to the plan.
Thank you.
We're here to answer questions and reserve a couple minutes for rebuttal as necessary.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for your clarity in terms of responding to the board's comments. Anyone from the public wish to speak, please come forward or raise your hand online.
Good morning, Sarah de los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association President. But I do have Mike Rubin on the phone, who could not attend here personally, but he's on the phone. So I would like him to speak first before I speak after him.
Sure. Michael Rubin, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Rubin, I'll need to swear you in before you address the board. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll set the clock at 2 minutes.
Thank you. Michael Rubin, I live at Palau Sunset Harbor. I'm a member of, as Sarah mentioned, the SHNA board, and I was co-author of the vision plan for the neighborhood and worked with city planning on our neighborhood ordinance. I mention that because the ordinance allowed for 3 zones, which the DRB is familiar with because you've now approved multiple projects for those zones, along Alton Road, Day Boulevard, and Purdy Avenue for Class A office, with a height elevation of 65 and sometimes 75 feet based on certain conditions. The concern about 1920 is that it is in one of our drop-down zones that we introduced into the ordinance because we're concerned about keeping the scale of Sunset Harbor intimate where we could, and having, while accommodating office development with these three expansive zones. In this particular zone, 1920 is in one of the zones that was earmarked because the idea is to step down into the residential neighborhood. And we aimed at 55 feet, which with freeboard and BFE would be about 65, 66 feet. The proposed project at 72 feet is disturbing to us, and we feel it would be something that DRB should be aware of, so that the intent of the mixed-use development criteria we work so hard on with the city would be honored. What we're asking for is that the additional 3 feet, that brings us to 72 feet, and literally 2 stories above the Palau building that Kobe Corp designed, be denied, so that we could at least keep this to under 70 feet. That would be a 69-foot building. There are multiple ways that other developers, as you know, because you reviewed the projects, Arcadia and Michael have addressed this issue.
Michael, sorry to interrupt. Your 2 minutes are up.
Okay. Sarah, do you want to continue?
Yes, I am. I'm going to continue. If you look at an architectural document that they sent in, item number 3, it has the height of the building, the height of the physical building. I'm not talking about freeboard, and I'm not talking about baseline flooding. If you look at, you have the retail, which is 15, the garage, which is 9, and the 3 offices are 13 feet, which is equal 39. That is 63 feet high, just on that, without the freeboard and without the baseline. Now, we have spoken to Tom Mooney, and we have asked if we can actually bring down the baseline to 1 feet, keep the freeboard to 1 feet, keep the baseline, the flooding baseline, or they can use the podium. Sunset Harbor there was raised 3.5 feet. They're level to the street. Why do they need all the height? But the building height is what I'm most worried about, because they said it's 55, but when you add the retail, the garage, and the 3 offices, it's 63, and you can calculate yourself. And we want that to be 55 feet. We want to bring these things to become a massive amount. By the time you add 16 feet in the roof and you add the freeboard in that, it's 88 feet. It's huge in the height. So you need to look at that right now. I sent a letter in regards to all those issues that I'm addressing in the mic addressing. We love the building. We like the new design. I'm glad that they changed it. We don't mind the 16-foot roof. That's fine. We agree with that. If we have to keep the base flooding of 4.6, fine. But the free line should be 1 foot, and the building should not be 63 feet high, maximum 55.
Thank you.
Any questions?
The letter you referenced is the one you sent on February 3rd?
Yes, a letter that I sent out with all the details, because it talks about our ordinance. And we did that purposely because we wanted to make sure that in front of all the living area, the buildings are not so monumental. There's no setback. Most of the building, like for example, 18 Sunset, has a setback, even though they're not facing Sunset Harbor. But in front of the whole residential, we would like setback so it's not right in front of us. But the building looks beautiful now compared to the first version that they have, and we do like that very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else in the public wish to come forward at this time?
We do have several members with their hand raised online, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
The first I'll call in is Tempest Modus.
That's Marcela Sardi. How you doing?
Good. I need you to swear you in before you address the board. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear in.
And I'll set the clock at 2 minutes for you.
Okay. I think that, so I totally agree with Mike and Sarah. We have been in conversations with the architects for a long time. I think they improved the building. I have a big problem. I am the president of Palau, and I am very involved in the actually parking and areas. We have right now a nightmare in front of Palau, and I can't believe we are actually adding to this an entrance to another building in front of Palau. So on top of the height that I think that it was covered, I just want to bring the parking studies that were given to us are not they don't mean anything because it's like somebody really didn't study the parking. The only thing you need to do is stand in Palau from the morning to noon and see the problem that we have in that area. Okay? Caller. That's all I need to say. Parking has never been addressed.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Our next caller is Celia Gruss.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Gruss, before you address the board, I need to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
I am setting the clock at 2 minutes for you to address the board.
I'm Celia Gruss. I'm a resident across from this new building at the Palau. I wanted to give my support to the last 3 people who's on these important issues. And I'd also like to point out that there are 5 palm trees east right now, glorious 5 palm trees that are doing all the drinking when we have a lot of rain. And I can see in the drawings those are not present anymore. So I have a concern about that with everything else that has just been mentioned by the last 3 people who have spoken. So I hope that they won't be cut down. Oftentimes, when we cut down these glorious trees, we put in small oaks that just don't do the same work, the drinking, that is so important. We know how much water problems we have often when we have these rain bombs, for example, and then we want to raise the height of the streets and all, but the trees are doing so much of the work, and they're so beautiful. So that was something else that I wanted to talk about. So that's all. I hope we can make this a better project than it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Terry Beanstalk.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Beanstalk, I need to swear you in before you address the board. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, and I'm going to set the clock at 2 minutes for you to address the board.
So I sent an email yesterday. I hope you all had a chance to review it. I was president of Sunset Islands 3 and 4 Association. I live on Sunset 3. Our concern 10 years ago when Palau was being proposed and going through the approval process, that since this is the entrance to the Sunset Harbor neighborhood, this corner, and since Sunset Drive is our only entrance and egress from our islands, we wanted to ensure that the mass and scale of the building did not overwhelm the street. We did not want a canyon in front of the neighborhood. In fact, when the DRB approved a straight up and down building on Sunset Drive, it got reversed by the city commission. When it came back, Palau revised the drawings, revised the building to step back the upper 2 floors along Sunset Drive to reduce the mass and scale. It lowered the height of the building along the perimeter, and it made sure that there was no ingress or egress from the street on Sunset Drive. Sunset Drive now, because of Pura Vida, which we love, but it is a mess. You can't walk on the sidewalk. You can't walk in the street. It is just blocked from all directions. Cars everywhere, bicycles everywhere, tables and chairs everywhere. This building just exacerbates the problem because it increases the usage dramatically. So we believe that the building needs to be modified and lowered to be more consistent. It towers over every other building in the neighborhood. The last point is we had a series of construction practices incorporated into our settlement agreement with Palau, which was all agreed to and adopted by the city, that needs to be looked at and incorporated into any development order to make sure that during the period of construction, that our ingress and egress off of the Sunset Islands is not impaired. Right now, because of the
Terry?
building adjacent,
Terry?
I'll wrap up.
I just want to let you know we did receive your letter, which you're repeating to us right now.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you had a chance to review it. Anyway, so I agree with the last three speakers as well as my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last speaker we have is Bruce Backman.
Hi. You need to swear me in?
Yes, Mr. Backman, before you address the board, I need for you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I'll set the clock at 2 minutes for you, sir.
Okay. First, I was very surprised that the staff report from the planning department said that the original design was in keeping with the scale of Sunset Harbor, when it most certainly was not, and that it was in keeping with the vision planner overlay. When we had it seems to me down towards 20th Street and the Palau condominiums. I hope you can hear me. I think that you should give Mr. Rubin more time. He's not simply a member of the public. He actually drafted the vision plan for Sunset Harbor. So if he needs further clarification, but I do still think that this project is way out of scale. We originally had a 55-foot limit at that corner. And then with Freeboard ever increasing, its monstrosity has risen to over nearly 88 feet. It is too large. I still think it's too large, even with the improvements. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, that's our last speaker online.
And anyone else wish to speak? Rebuttal?
So I neglected to say, although Sarah and Bruce and Mike did note, we have met with the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association on this property. I guess we've talked with them 3 or 4 times. We made a formal presentation twice on it. What we really have here is a circumstance where the underlying regulations and, in fact, the physical conditions in the neighborhood have changed since the Palau was built. When the Palau was built, there were no sustainability requirements. There was nothing, there was no freeboard. Indeed, the Palau, as you heard from Mr. Beanstalk, there was litigation between the Sunset Harbor neighborhood and the building. It was reduced in size and it was lowered. And if you look at the Palau building, its ground level is at sidewalk level, actually maybe a little bit below, and will be further below when they raise the street again. It has a 12-foot floor-to-ceiling height on the ground floor. The sustainability regulations ask us to, and indeed require us to, raise the building to address sea level rise. We have tried to find a balance, and I think we've done a good job of finding a balance of being a foot or two above sidewalk level, and we've been told by Public Works that the ultimate street level is going to come up another foot in this area, approximately. So we've set our exterior and the question about people on the sidewalk. We have the 10-foot clear requirements. There are exceptional requirements for this property. We meet them. The revisions took some of the landscaping out of that area so that there was a wide sidewalk, 10-foot clear with no obstructions, with no tables. And our food service, which has been approved by the planning board, is the same size as what's there today, because there are 2 restaurants on the property today. And we've moved the exterior tables onto the property and up a couple feet on the deck. As Michael read to you earlier, the building height regulations state that the design review board, well, in this area, in Sunset Harbor, the height limitation is listed at 55 feet. But the code says that the Historic Preservation Board may allow the additional 5 feet. not to exceed 55 feet. In order to utilize the additional height, the first floor shall provide at least 12 feet clear in height as measured from base flood elevation plus maximum freeboard. It's not voluntary that we have a 17-foot clear ground floor. The code requires us to do that. We actually have asked for a variance to reduce the clearance actually by 1 foot. Michael, I think you said we'd asked for 10 feet where 12 is required. Our actual request is 11 feet where 12 is required. I think you'll see that's in your staff recommendation. But I understand I'm closer to this application than you would be.
I think just for clarity, if we could at some point bring up the drawing that shows that actual dimension.
Yeah, if we could just project
if we
it.
can put our presentation up, we have a section. Now, understand this section is from the old design.
We need the dimension though from BFE plus 5 to the slab. I think that wasn't provided, so we used the number. So
okay,
we just want to make sure that if you guys are stating that it's a 1 foot variance, that's fine, but we will be reflected if the board approves it as a 1 foot variance versus 2 foot.
Okay, if we would put that up, there's actually a second drawing that shows there. Okay. If it should be 10 feet, if this drawing reflects 10 feet in your opinion based on the numbers, Michael, we certainly will, that's certainly where we are. My point being though, we've tried to balance throughout this process the need to be resilient and sustainable to meet the code requirements, which requires that 17-foot height. I would also add that the planning board order requires us to do all loading inside the building, including garbage, that we cannot have garbage trucks picking up garbage on the street, as many, if not most, buildings on Miami Beach do. So we do need the height to be able to get a garbage truck into the loading dock that is internal to the building completely. So we've tried in our level best to find that mid-range in this process. Is the building physically taller than the Palau? The answer is yes, it is. The Palau, if you look at the Palau, it has a extensive rooftop concrete element. The height of that element is 60 feet. It's within 2 inches of being 60 feet. Their roof is lower than that, but when you look at the Palau, what you read is that rooftop element, which wouldn't be permitted today, by the way. It's larger than would be permitted. Today, ours is limited to 10% of the roof area, and we meet that requirement. That building was designed and built in a different day and a different time before we all recognized, honestly, at least certainly from a regulatory standpoint and honestly physically, how much sea level rise was an issue and is an issue and will be an issue going forward. We truly have designed a building that is resilient, that will allow the city to raise the street further in front of us without impinging on the operation of this building. God forbid that for all of us, that we have to use that 5 feet within the building. The reason for that requirement of 12 feet plus 5 feet, which is a requirement, is that the regulation is designed to ensure that the ground level of the building will remain functional as a non-residential use in the event that sea level rise really requires us to go in and raise the floor levels within all of these buildings. It's a requirement citywide for non-residential uses on the ground level. There are places, in the historic districts in particular, Lincoln Road being the prime example, where the city has asked historic buildings and the redevelopment of them, the renovation of them, to stay at sidewalk level. But this is new construction. We really are not allowed to do that. And candidly, we wouldn't want to do that. We really do want this building to be sustainable going forward. We have asked, and I'm going to ask Shamim to address this issue, we've asked for the 3-foot height variance, offset against, if you will, the other variance that actually lowers that floor by a foot or two, depending on Michael's numbers or mine. So the net is not a full 3 additional feet. Legally, under the current code, this building at its height as presented to you is 55 feet plus the 3-foot variance. It is no taller than that. It is physically, from sidewalk measured up, taller than that. But at the end of the day, and I'm going to ask me to address the office issue, the first Class A office building issue. At the end of the day, we are building a new 5-story building across the street from the Palau, which is a 5-story building that was built under an earlier code. It's 5 stories facing 5 stories. It is true they are different heights. No one is suggesting they're not. But that is a result of the Sustainability and Resiliency Code to a very great degree. And with that, I'm going to ask Shamim to talk to you about the 3-foot height variance and Class A office space. And I would also add, ultimately, if you think of this neighborhood and you think of a building that is, in fact, you pick the number you want to pick as to whether it's the zoning height, which is it would end up being, with the freeboard, which is required, would end up being 63 feet. 3 feet spread across 5 stories in a location like this is, at least in my personal opinion, pretty much imperceptible. It's not, it's another story, it's not. And with that, I'm going to let Shamim talk to you about the requirements of Class A office space. Thank you.
Thanks, Carter. I think on the topic of height, the fact that the building is a totally different function needs to be brought up. So the Palau is residential. This is mixed use and mostly office. Floor-to-floor heights for a Class A office building typically in this market are at a 14-foot minimum floor-to-floor. We do lots of Class A office buildings around the nation, but even in Miami and even in South Beach, 13-foot floor-to-floor is really pushing the boundaries for what is expected from tenants for a Class A office building. And this is really where we're at. We're at 13 feet floor-to-floor, as you can see. I'm talking about everything from kind of level 2 up. And that's including the 3-foot variance. And that's really why we're asking for that 3-foot variance. So on the ground floor, we're basically up to code when it comes to the sustainability requirements that Carter already talked about. That ground floor height, because of the fact that we have to have loading at grade, also has a basic minimum of approximately 17 feet, and that's kind of why we've set it at that. The parking level is also at a bare minimum. We have that at 9 feet. That's also pushing it, but you really can't get any shorter for the parking level as well. As we talked about for Class A office buildings, and there's a lot of market research to back this up, 13 feet is really the minimal that you could get to bring in the Class A tenants that we'd like for the project. And the 3-foot variance really allows for that 13-foot across those 3 levels of office.
And I think it's important to note the 13 feet is from finished floor to finished floor.
Correct.
So the 13 feet, you have to take out the thickness of the slab, which takes you down to 12.6, and then you have to put in lighting, fire sprinklers, HVAC, and other mechanical requirements within that 12.6.
I think we understand that.
Okay.
I want to ask, what is the Class A residential floor-to-floor height? It's not 13 feet.
It's not. So we've done Class A residential anywhere from 10 feet up to 12 feet. It just depends.
So could the right-hand side of the project be lowered by about 46 feet?
It would not be, we wouldn't be able to do that, and I'll explain the reasons why. Because the elevatoring system has to actually address both of those functions on that same floor.
Front and back doors don't work?
It wouldn't work in this case. And also the other thing that it wouldn't work for is the fact that we haven't really allocated 100% of where the residential functions are going to be. And so by doing this, this is going to minimize the flexibility of, as we begin to lay out the residential within the project, where those things could be. So it's very difficult to actually do that. And then number 2, life safety, stair access, access to corridors, all of those things really become very difficult to overcome. Yeah.
And that really is, The residential height is a result of the office height, for sure. And the building is so small, you can't really put in double cores where you would have a separate elevator core for the residential. It's just, it doesn't physically work in this setting.
Well, monetarily, it kills the efficiency of the building as well because you're.
And one other thing that we talked about at the planning board, we really haven't focused very much here. The back of this building is the FP&L substation. So part of the other issue about the height is, forgive me, I should have turned that off, but I did not. We can't move away from the street line. I don't know that you would want us to from an urban design standpoint, but moving back off of the street pushes us on top of that very large substation for FP&L behind us, which is not covered. It's not inside a building. It's open air, and it is going to get larger, not smaller. The equipment is, as Miami Beach develops and as the power requirements on Miami Beach increase. So we do have a unique hardship in terms of the location of this building and that impact on the backside of our building. With that, we're here to answer the board's questions, and thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, that closes the public portion of this meeting, and I'm going to turn it over to the board for comment.
I mean, you know, I wish you would have let Mike talk more because I know that residents spent a lot of time trying to do this overlay plan and a lot of effort, and that neighborhood is one of our.
It's a great neighborhood.
It's one of our rare neighborhoods that actually works. There's so many bad things that are happening in this city, and that's the one neighborhood where residents actually go. I see everything you're saying. I mean, just comments. Palau is a mess. It's too low for what has become the neighborhood. They've had a lot of issues because of flooding. I think it's a caution of when you try to keep something low just for the sake of keeping it low, it screws it up. They've had a lot of problems with that. The canyon effect is real. This building will create a canyon effect on 20th Street or 19th Street, which we have on 17th Street now, and it's 5 or 6 lanes wide, and it looks really, it really closes you in. And this is a pedestrian residential street now, and that's a big issue. I mean, there's a lot of conflicts with this, but I really think that the residents need to have their say and to hear what's happening, because this is, again, here's our code saying one thing and people expecting one thing and then getting something that's much different than everybody worked towards. So we're really, again, in a situation where we're pitting, I think, two people with good intentions against each other. And it's because our code is not addressing things properly. So anyway, I'd like to hear about the transitional area in the 55 feet. And I would have loved to hear Mike talk about that more, because it was done with a lot of energy and a lot of effort. People took a lot of time.
Did you get a chance to read the letter?
Yes.
Good.
But I think it's important in a public, this is what we are dealing with over and over and over, with conflict that's not being addressed when it should be addressed. That's all.
But do we really have the power or the right or the obligation to change the height of a building that's being built within the regulations?
Well, they're asking for variance.
The 3 foot.
There's two variances. The first is if the board does not grant the first variance, which is for the ground floor, then they're limited to 50 feet in height. And then on top of that, they could go to 53. So in order to go, if the board does not approve either variances, then they're capped at 50 feet from BFE plus 5.
Go ahead.
Which, in all honesty, is not 55 feet from sidewalk at the end of the day. And it will very negatively impact our ability to create first-class office space in this location. We believe that quality is at least as important as the use, and that what everybody should want is the highest quality product that we can produce. And that is what the additional 3 feet is all about.
Thank you. I just want to say I like the revisions that you've made. It's definitely an improvement, and I feel like that's, even the neighborhood association said thank you, that it's much better design, it's much lighter. My first impression was like, I just sort of breathed better seeing it, so thank you for that. The green roof also is a really nice enhancement. Thank you for responding to that. And Carter, thank you too for your explanation about the importance of what is required, the resiliency, for me that was very, very helpful. I also really appreciate all of the energy and effort and time that has gone into the responses that we've gotten from the neighborhood association and the letters that they've sent. And I'm with Scott in that it takes so much time and energy and effort for the average homeowner, apartment dweller, person who lives in these neighborhoods to take time out of their busy day to come up with plans, to work with the city. It happens, everybody celebrates, oh, look, we're looking, and then as it goes through the motions, months, when was the Sunset Harbor overlay, when was that determined?
It was recently amended, I think it was last summer.
Last summer. Okay, so after the resiliency program had been. So, it's a lot of effort for people, and it's only because residents care, that they care so deeply that it's important to them that their neighborhoods stay the way they are or maintained. And I share the concerns of the residents. I think that as, a board, I think we need to take that into account. This whole process that people went through, and now essentially what's happening is that the city is saying, oh, okay, yeah, we're just gonna discard all that energy, all that goodwill, all of these plans that were made, this big consensus that was drawn, and now we're just going to set it aside on a piece-by-piece basis. And that's also part of this project that I think we all need to be very concerned about. So I'm also conflicted as well. It seems like the height, I think that we're also, as a resident, coming to realize that due to the necessity of the resilience and sea level rise, that our homes and buildings and everything is going to be up, but we also have an obligation as urban planners to make sure that it's up in an appropriate manner. And that maybe, yes, no matter what, this building is going to be taller than the Palau, and that's by necessity. But I also think that we have a deep responsibility, we as the board, to think about the context of the project, to think about these overlays and the community involvement and everything that got us to this point before this building was even proposed. I think it would be irresponsible of us to sort of set that aside. So, at the end of the day, there are sections in this area, as everybody explained, that is specifically designed. There were accommodations made, compromises made for Class A office space. You happen to have a property that's not part of that overlay. And now you're coming to us to ask for a little bit more, although what's there is there, the zoning is what it is. On the one hand, I really like this building. I would love to see the actual material that you're going to use. That's always a requirement that we have for any commercial project. What is the screening going to be like? What exactly is the material, considering the material is this decorative material is such a huge part of the design. I want to make it work for everybody because, like you, I want something nice. I want this to be a vibrant neighborhood. But to Scott's point, Sunset Harbor is great. The residents love it, and it's a formula that we don't want to mess with too much. And I also want to keep encouraging our residents and our citizens to become involved. And I don't want to just slap them in the face when they do. So I don't know if this is conclusive, but this is my approach to this building and why I'm not quite sure about the height restriction or the variance.
I have a question for staff. I've tried to look in the code and I haven't found it. What is the definition of a living green roof?
I think it doesn't have a specific depth. So as long as it has live landscape material up there, that would be a living roof.
Part of it, or all of it?
The area, just the area that they are showing. So if they're showing a living roof for that green area, we're expecting it to be live landscaping material. We're not specifying, at a minimum, grasses, something that has a shallow soil requirement.
In other words, is artificial turf?
No. Of course, no artificial turf. Right, that would not be allowed. Living landscape. I know their first plan did show artificial turf. They revised that and should be showing now. Maybe they did not update the landscape plan.
I believe we did update it, although we may not have, and I apologize if we didn't. Yeah. It is intended to be a live living roof. If you want to add language to the condition that it be so, and that we work with staff on the final design, I believe it is actually in the conditions.
I am reading artificial turf.
We are not, it will not be artificial turf. That was a change between when we were here before and today. It is, and we've expanded to the entire roof. We originally had a smaller area in the front corner. As you see in the renderings and the plans, it is a green roof across the top of the roof. Obviously, it'll be set back from the edges because we've been asked to move the railings back and those kinds of things, but it will be a green roof.
Now,
living
how tall is that top part of the
mechanical override? The mechanical override's allowed to be 25 feet tall. It is not. It is 16 feet tall, so it's 9 feet shorter than would otherwise be allowed by code, even in the Sunset Harbor area.
The area around it in the landscape plan calls for low shrubs. I wonder if it's possible that taller green can be used to buffer
the mechanical space?
The view of that structure.
I think it's possible. We have our landscape architect that can.
Yes.
I can tell you that ownership is saying, yes, we will work with staff and our landscape architect to come up with a design that does that, but let me let the architect talk since.
Hi, Matthew Wisniewski, landscape architect. So the one challenge with any kind of planted roof is always the soil volume and the structural weight that takes to achieve. So any larger plant material will need a depth of soil that's adequate to support that with irrigation. So we'd have to work through that design process. That being said, there are either native or Florida-friendly materials that could kind of mound up and create a little bit more of a presence in front of that material.
I understand the needs.
Sure.
And my question was, would it be possible to do so?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's, you're asking us, as I understand the request, it would be to increase landscape essentially around
the structure.
Because that's where we will have the most structural support for it, since it's where the core is. So I'm pretty sure we could do that.
It's to buffer the screen, basically. Yeah. Sure. And if I may, now that I'm here, just kind of address one of the concerns we heard about the palm trees as well. I want to give some solace to the neighbors. On the site currently, there is some leafy material, some green buttonwood or bridlewood tree. They're in poor and fair condition. Those are scheduled to be removed. There's also 5 medjool palms that they reference that are to be removed. Those are non-native palms. We've actually decreased the native palms that we're bringing back due to some concerns we heard last time about kind of overplanting the site. But we do have 8 native palms that are coming back. And we are required by the city to have, a continuous street tree. And across the street on 20th, we have green buttonwood trees. These are native trees. They're well adapted to the saline conditions out there, the wind. The leafy canopy is going to decrease the velocity of rain events, slowing that down. In addition to that, we're using silva-cells, which currently, my understanding is, do not exist on the site. That's going to give additional reservoir volume at the ground level for these rain events. So to the extent that we can control how the site behaves from an environmental and resiliency standpoint, we feel that we're adequately doing that, and we're doing it contextually as well.
I understood that.
I would add,
based on the plans, yeah.
I would add, based on experience with other properties, those medjols are in the right-of-way. They're public trees. We will be required to relocate them, not destroy them. They're very expensive trees. We happen to have a park across the street, a green space, a public green space across the street. I suspect we will be asked to relocate them in that location as opposed to remove them. The neighborhood has asked that question several times. The city's rules for us and for everyone is that you have to comply with the street tree program for the neighborhood, which does not include medjols, but they're not going to be destroyed, and I don't think they will move far. I think they'll move across the street.
Right.
And lastly, what I would offer is, there are some grade issues here that need to be kind of the tectonics of the site are very challenging. So with the new construction, the last thing we want to do is destroy those trees.
And I do appreciate the removal of the saber palms.
I am. I reacted the way I did about Mike and Sarah because I actually believed a lot of what they said was correct, and I bought into this letter, which is very comprehensive. And I keep thinking of ways that we could apply it here to make this a better project. Mm-hmm. And I don't have the answer here. That's why I think we'll be talking about this another month or two from now. But I think the height issue is an issue. And it's unfortunate that the 13 feet is legit. But the problem is on the ground floor. It's where the second floor has to be according to the rules. And everything goes up from there. So I wonder if we can adjust that in some way through city planning.
Well, that's one of the variances they're asking for right now, to lower that requirement by a foot in order to get the 55-foot height.
Can you do more?
Well, you could. The maximum would be 3, but I don't think you want to go too low for the ground floor. But
it's a resiliency issue because the lower that you get in case of a major catastrophic flooding event, you will not be able to use that ground floor because you would have to basically come in, infill, and raise up the ground floor.
Sure,
And it's really a matter of resiliency. That's kind of
there is another practical issue also, and that is loading. There was a lot of discussion at the planning board about not having any loading activity on the street. And I might note, just for Mr. Beanstalk, there are no driveways on 20th Street. We showed the planning board that that's just not possible because of driveway locations and FDOT. So there are no entrances or exits on 20th Street. They're on, on Sunset Drive, which is Alton Road. It is on 20th Street, which it has to be. We are required to have literally all of our loading by the planning board order within this building. I can't have a garbage truck pull up on the street and roll out dumpsters to it, which means I have to have...
We understand that.
But like that directly impacts the height of the slab above.
I think we're also looking at, I understand that the streets have been raised now, but this building will be here for 50, 75 years. So I'm sure there's going to be another round of street raising in the future.
Well, your official height on this street is already a foot higher, and I suspect in 20 years that will be much higher than 1 foot.
I think what seems to be the issue here is the programming, is the insistence that this is going to be, that a Class A office needs 13-foot height, which, that seems to be the one variable that is making this a bit problematic. And again, this was all set up, the overlay with this property. Coming into it, this is how it was. So that's just what I keep going back to. And I think Jim's idea, too, about I have an enormous amount of respect for Michael and the whole, that they came up with all of these other ideas. It wasn't just criticizing. It was, well, you could do this and you could do that. And it just goes to whether you agree with them specifically or not, it just goes to show there are additional choices that could be made. So I think that's what I also keep going back to, of, how much of it, we're coming for variances is one choice that you can be making. It's one request. There could be others. And I think that that's what the association is also asking. Say, have you explored all alternatives beyond just increasing the height by 3 feet, which is going to create this canyon effect and not be good for our quality of life, which I think is a reasonable point. And I'm sure you agree.
As I said, this has been a balancing act, and it's a very difficult site. In all of the intersecting requirements make this a very complicated site, no question. Shamim walked you through the floor heights from ground to top. Okay, we have already asked to lower the floor. I suppose if we could figure out how to do the loading to take another foot out of the ground floor, I don't think we'd object to that, probably. My client may look at me and glare at me. But we have to get the loading dock right. There's no question about that. That's not voluntary.
So, I mean, truthfully, I don't think 1 foot makes a difference to make something more difficult. And the thing I got to say is, I am totally against ruining a Class A office space. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't ever want to have a subpar project because that just screws everything up for all parties. Back to, is there anything that can be done to scale back, to graduate back a little bit? What you guys did so far is really good. You made great progress with this. What else can be put on the table to get rid of that canyon effect and to maybe make the residents a little more? I also got to go back to the eyebrow thing. I think the eyebrow thing does the opposite of what you guys say by creating more of a looming space, and where that break in the ceiling gave you more sky and didn't. So that's just curious what your thoughts are with that, because I'm just trying to figure if we can. I don't think height is really on the table for changing. With this project, I can see, to me, that doesn't seem like an option. So is there anything we can do?
If I go back to your comment about the Class A office space, if you do not grant the 3-foot height variance, we will not have Class A office space in the market as on Miami Beach. It'll be way lower than on Miami and Wynwood and other things, and we've provided that information in the packet. At 13 feet, we are at what market is minimally on Miami Beach, not even in downtown, which are different circumstances.
No one's arguing with that.
And so I don't, other than the ground floor, and I don't physically believe we can change that because of the loading requirement, primarily. I don't see how we do anything other than what we're doing. The design issue of the connection, staff asked to be removed. If that's what the board wants us to do, we will certainly do that. We had asked for the potential to work with them to see if there was a different solution that would make sense. We have no problem with leaving that final determination to staff. And if you all feel strongly that it shouldn't be there, we have no problem with agreeing to that.
Carter, I think what's being suggested is an additional setback for maybe the last floor or so, the building steps back.
Again, what that does, though, Michael, and it's a calculus here. And what that does is it literally reduces the square footage of the project, because I can't move because of the substation, I really can't move toward the substation and have glass overlooking. We already have glass overlooking the substation, to be honest.
Well, it's also the vertical
you've got
stacking
cores
of office,
and the parking garage below. It just becomes a nightmare to offset that. That's simply asking, can we take what's permitted by code? There is, for what it's worth, in the Sunset Harbor area, there is a requirement that if we were above the 55-foot plus variance, we would have to set back 10 feet. But we're not. We're at what the code allows us to be. And there is no, Mike, and by the way, we agree with you. We agree this neighborhood has worked to try to create a vibrant neighborhood. I think this is probably the first absolutely true mixed-use building under those regulations, because we have residential office and commercial. The other buildings that you've seen in Sunset Harbor are office and retail only. There is no residential component that I'm aware of. I could be wrong about that. On the other projects, they're not my projects. There might be one rooftop element or unit in one of them. But overall,
can I jump in here? We've heard that.
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
We have not really actually talked about the design. So I'm going to jump in here and suggest that, yes, you should probably remove the piece that goes across the front of the notches.
Okay.
In fact, I'm going to recommend that you remove the entire overhang on the top floor. And that will make the building look significantly smaller.
Would you have a problem with having enough of an element to provide shading on the glass? Because it is.
Well, you're facing north for one reason on one facade, which is the most sensitive one, and the other one is early morning, the east. So I think that would, if everyone take a look at that front elevation, and that could significantly reduce it. Next, I'd have you look at possibility of softening the building, which would be to round where you have the cuts that are vertical and a right angle to round that the way you've rounded the front of the building. So make each portion of the building feel like they're contained. Because I think it's the continuation of that horizontal line. It's also making it look bigger than it would, than I think you want it to be.
I'm going to look at my architect, but I think the last comment is certainly doable. If we remove the connector, I think rounding the edges so that they appear more independent quadrants.
I mean, that wouldn't be my particular choice, because I think, if we're going for a modern look, the idea of curving every corner kind of, to me, takes it in a different direction. What we did based on the comments from the first round was actually take away some of the curvilinear features so that the building connects more to kind of historic modernist traditions of these kind of straight lines and maybe a curve just at the corner. And that's why we tried to minimize it. So, again, this is a design issue. So, in my opinion, that's kind of...
I wonder if, Jim, what you were getting at was that as a way to make it seem less massive, to just make it seem more like 3 separate buildings. You're doing a lot to make it cohesive, and maybe as a way to break it up. It needs to be broken up.
Which was what we had in the first round, right? So if we were to take away the notch...
No, we're not taking what we're trying to say, there are 2 elevations that we have here. For the 13 feet, you have glass.
Yeah.
But when you're closer to the building, you won't see the glass. You'll just see the soffit. So I'm trying to reduce that portion of the mass of the building.
Right.
The soffits. And if you eliminate the top one, you've already cut 1/3
You're just saying fillet the corners, basically. You're filleting the corners as they go in. So it's not a straight corner. You're just adding a radius to the corner.
At the 2 notches.
At the notches, right. On the outside notches.
And take away the top overhang.
Yeah, again, the top overhang also, I feel like, is something that does provide shade where it needs to. I know that it doesn't on the north side. And I think it's just a part of the design is kind of a cap or kind of a canopy element or roof element that allows it to end. Without that, I feel like it loses some of the design. But we can look at that, and we can look at minimizing it and working with you guys to see if you feel that those little kind of moves are going to make it a better project, and the variances are okay with that, we'll certainly look at it.
I mean, it seems like little changes are all we have at this point.
Right.
As you're saying, the height. And I get, like I'm not a realtor, I get,
yeah.
Let's look at what can be changed, because it seems like, based on the discussion,
yeah,
there still needs to be another layer of compromise with this project.
And I think we can work with staff on that. What we'll do is we'll take a look at looking at filleting the corners, looking at taking away the continuous eyebrow, for lack of a better word, looking at setting that back, just so that because I also want to make sure that we're, in the end, producing a good design, right? That's also important. So for sure, we can take a look at all of those things, and we can work with staff to make sure that you guys are happy with that.
I would challenge you, in my practice, we do a lot of commercial Class A office space in my architecture firm.
Yeah.
So I understand the standard, the floor-to-floor heights with office space. I understand the metrics for Class A office. I get it. But I'd also just maybe challenge you and recognize, obviously, that any tenant that's going to be renting Class A office space in Miami Beach is already looking for a fairly unique product. Mm-hmm. They're admitting, like, I want to be on an island that's really hard to get to and have all my employees come over here to this island and wait in all this traffic to get into this building, which is a very difficult neighborhood to drive through, because of the benefit of being here in Sunset Harbor and being able to walk around and all the excitement and the clubs and the Lincoln Road. So I would say, I understand 13 feet, but you cannot deny that you can do it. There are ones that have 12, I'm sure of it, 100%. So I would just challenge you to maybe look at it a little bit differently. You can hear the feedback here, right? There's a massing issue. There's a height issue. Like, I know changing the height of the residential part of the building, which is a really interesting idea, can't quite be done right now because you don't really know. You may actually, I'm hearing, have more office space here or more residential. The mix is not worked out yet.
Actually, Jason, just to clarify, They do have to have at least 25% of FAR for residential.
Okay.
And that section
Okay.
literally can't
So
change.
there can't be any less than that, but there could
Correct.
be
Right.
there could be more. So I understand there's some, and I completely understand the challenges of changing the floor heights and with the elevators and the stairs. So perhaps that's a little bit more of an ambitious change to do, although I think it's a great idea because then you'd deliberately be creating a couple of different heights in your building, which I think would bring the massing down for the residential section. But that said, I would say maybe, I think you're hearing it's about there's still like a massiveness issue that's happening here. And I'm a huge fan of like getting this building up as high as you can in the first floor elevation. This is great. I'm actually, I think lowering your second floor down, that variance to me is a good idea, I think, in order to get your building a little bit shorter. And I appreciate all the changes. I have a lot of my positive notes here. I really appreciate you taking the time to literally maybe re-listen to our meeting last week and write down all the comments that we made, because we made quite a bit. And I'm really happy to see that your team kind of looked at each piece really thoughtfully and made some rather dramatic changes, which I think are all for the much, much better as far as the design is concerned. I really like the detail now of the balconies, which are very deep, which I think is really nice, but maybe in a way they're creating a little bit more massing that you don't need. Maybe they don't need to be quite as deep even. I mean, I don't know how wide they are, 10 feet or 12 feet.
Yeah, right now they're 10 feet.
Yeah, so maybe there's some changing that happens there, but I think we're going to need you to come back and really, maybe it's just one more time, but I think we're going to challenge you to really listen to what we had said here and create something that, and maybe nothing changes with all the heights and everything. I don't really know, but clearly this is a design perception issue here. We know that we know the entrance to that street is going to be more of a canyon now. This is just whether we go 3 feet higher, 5 feet higher, 10 feet lower. It's still a 4-story, 5-story, 4-story building here. So nothing's going to really change that. But the way you design it will change how it's perceived. And if anyone's going to be able to do this, it's going to be a firm like Gensler and your team. Like everybody is, A++ quality, and I have the utmost respect for all the work that Gensler does, and if anybody can kind of create a solution here that comes in front of us that like blows us away, it's going to be you guys. So I would say I think that's what we're looking for right now. We need to put in the time and the energy into a neighborhood like this that we all live in, and I think it's going to show well to respect what we're hearing from all of the residents that are here. But we also understand, this is Sarah. You kind of made a comment that everyone's trying to they want everything to kind of stay the way it is. But as we know,
it's not. This
beach is a different beach than it was 5 years ago, this city. And if you compare it to 10 years ago or 15, I mean, it's literally like night and day. So things do change. And we're not a board here to prevent that. We're just trying to create the best version of the change for the city and for the residents. So I appreciate the effort. I know it takes longer, and I know this is really frustrating as an applicant and as your owner who's putting the money in, and it's time, and I understand all of that.
So there are a couple things I would ask. One, if there's a way to craft a motion that would allow us to work with staff and move forward, and if we can't reach an agreement with staff, we would much prefer that. I know that's not a surprise, but we would much prefer that.
I don't think anyone's going to put that on the table.
I only put it out there because I needed to do that. The other thing that I really have to ask is, I'm confused at the moment as to what it is that you're asking us to do. I get the idea of rounding the edges. I get the idea of looking at pulling back the roof. I will say we have to meet LEED certification on this building. I think you know that, but we do. So I'm a little concerned. My architects will tell me if that's a problem or not. I'm a little concerned that we need to have some shade elements over the glass, even though it faces north and east.
You do pull the top one back already.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I'm not suggesting we didn't.
My suggestion was that you designed a different way to pull that back, so it looks like there's a penthouse sitting on top of the building that's lower.
And these are just our idea. We don't want to design a project.
That's my concern. If we don't have clear direction as to what to bring back to you or to the neighborhood, we could do this 3 times and never reach an agreement. And I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm asking for clearer direct. You saw we had a list of what you asked us to do last time. I'd like to be able to come back to you with a list next time that says, assuming that's what we're doing, but assuming we are, I'd like to have a list that says you asked X, Y, and Z, and this is how we respond.
You have an excellent architect. I think he hears us.
Yeah, I think, again, serving on a board myself, I'm on the Wynwood Design Review Board. I think that, as you mentioned, we'd certainly listened to your comments from the first time. This is definitely a different building this time. And I think the comments were very clear. What I would like to understand is a little bit more specificity in terms of moving forward. So, we've already talked about that, maybe the heights, just because of minimum requirements for Class A office, and we've already been through this, that's probably not going to change, just because they are what they are at the moment. Same with the ground floor, typical floor for office is probably going to stay. Is it the depth of balcony? Is it we discussed materiality was good. It went in a better direction before it was too dark. Is it just filleting the corners so that it feels a little bit more rounded as it goes on the corners? That's kind of a very small thing that we can look at. But I would appreciate a little bit further clarity if there's specific comments as it regards design.
I mean, I don't want you to screw up the balconies, but that was one option, is to make the balconies narrow so that the building has a perception of getting narrower as it goes up. If you can't step any floors back, I mean, round something, what you did with the railings was a big improvement of perception. Mm-hmm. That's the whole thing, is to create an optical illusion for all we care. Like, just, that's the kind of idea. It creates a canyon right now, and you have residential right across the street that is going to have blocked light because it's right there, and the sun is to the south in the wintertime. And, I think that I'm not the architect. Come on, guys.
Well, disconnecting the notches is also, that's an easy thing to do.
Yeah. I also wonder, too, if you, and this is something that is unresolved, the materiality, even that screening the band around the pedestal, maybe there's a way. That seems like a lot of square footage that maybe you can play with that. It seems like what we're asking for is a building that, it's, as Jason said, it's the massing, it's the height. How can this seem a little bit lighter, less massive, which obviously is hard. I mean, it's a challenge that we ask all, this is a huge building. How can we make it seem smaller? Yeah. But that might be an area to play with. I think also what Jim is getting, I know your design concept is to have this be this one cohesive structure, but maybe that is worth looking into, if that maybe some of these issues would be resolved if it had an appearance of if the different uses were articulated more. Isn't this the fun part about being an architect? Solving these challenges?
Yeah. I mean, just to be clear, the idea of the notches is to actually not have it as one continuous, because typical office, if this was designed as a typical office building, it would be a pure glass facade that just wraps the corner. That's the most efficient way to do it. I think what we've done with the recesses is actually give this building a lot more life than a typical office building would have. And I also feel like the 10-foot balconies also help to soften it, because you're putting pedestrian scale at the forefront as opposed to a curtain wall. So this is where my confusion lies, is I feel like, having designed a lot of Class A office buildings, this, in terms of both scale and articulation, is a lot more on the residential side of things, and that's what I'm trying to understand.
I'm not confident the 10-foot balconies will be used very much.
For Class A office? Oh, they would be. That's a
in
huge amenity,
in today's age, post-pandemic, exterior open-air spaces
100%.
are absolutely premium in office spaces.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they would be.
5 years ago, you would probably be right, but the pandemic changed.
Especially on the north side. No, those are huge.
Guys, it's a big site, and it's a big project, and I think it's not just us saying it. You heard the 10 residents that had made comments. the underlying tone here is that there is just a concern about the size of this. No one's saying like, oh, 1 feet, 2 feet. Like, it's not really, I don't think it's really about that for me, at least. I'll only speak for myself, and we're all each here individual board members. But we do have to vote, and you do need to get a consensus in order to get past us. So, I think we want you to go a little bit back to the drawing board, taking in, I hasten to be overly specific because I'm not thinking like, oh, round those corners, and then I'm going to love it, and then we're going to say yes. I think it's more than that. I don't want to muck with the way you're designing this building. I don't think it's really there yet for me. And I know that's very ambiguous, and how do I approach that, and what do I do? But overall, I think you've heard plenty over the last hour that all sort of center around one kind of central issue here. It's sort of the size in general of what this is. And I don't think we're telling you, we know you're not going to just chop a floor off the building for us. I don't see that happening, but maybe you'll come back.
I'm willing to agree with that.
Yeah, okay.
In fact, I think you can feel confident this will get approved someday. But keep working with us, and it will get approved. We're not going to change your square footage or functions or anything. Our goal is just to create a building that it will fit into the neighborhood as well as it could.
I'd like to make a motion to continue.
Second.
Do we need a date? Oh.
Yes. It'd be March 8th or April 4th. We would need any changes by next Monday for the March meeting.
Not likely.
Yeah.
No way. I wouldn't rush it.
No. There's February 20th. They're saying in order to get on the March meeting, we have to submit revised plans by the end. Well, did you say Friday or Monday?
Monday.
Oh.
I wouldn't rush it.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying. We're just having a conversation.
It's our choice, right?
Is it okay? Yeah, is that okay? So I'd like to make a motion for a continuance to the April meeting.
So is a second by Mr. Diffendorfer?
Yeah, no.
I think the April meeting makes the most sense.
Yeah.
We're not, but we needed to work through the issue.
That's the April 4th meeting date. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you for your time.
Continue to April 4th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And please do have the decorative material worked out, possibly a sample. That would also help the process.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next application, which is for 8 Feburary Lane. Ricardo, if you can read that.
Next file on the agenda is DRB file 22-0898. Property address is 8 Feburary Lane. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 4-story home, including variances for the minimum required front yard setback for the parking, from the maximum elevation for the interior side yards for the walkways and landings, from the maximum allowable projection for stairs and landing, and from the maximum lot coverage in the required rear yard, and from the maximum projection of a trellis into the required rear yard.
So some of you may have been on the board and remember the history. I'm going to go through this because it does have a long history, going back to October 10th of 2016, when the DRB approved a new 3-story residence to replace an existing 1-story home on the subject property, including a number of variances. Then on February 6th of 2018, the board approved modifications to that previously approved project, including additional variances that were approved by the board on March of 2018. That prior approval expired, and a new application was filed, which now is similar to the previously approved application, but containing an additional floor. Now, that application was originally scheduled for the October 5th meeting. After a series of continuances, the applicant withdrew that application at the April 5th meeting of last year. So this proposed design is similar to the one previously approved in terms of its massing, layout, and expression, except for the inclusion of additional floor and rooftop terrace. There was a variance for an elevator at a 3-foot setback along the side. That variance has been removed. The applicant is still requesting 4 variances. The first is to allow parking in the front yard, which is something that's required in the RM1 district would say parking is prohibited, so they're asking for a variance to allow parking in the front yard, 20 feet. The second variance is from the maximum elevation for allowable projections in order to construct steps and landing at 10-foot NGVD within the west side yard. Asking for a variance for the maximum deck area within the rear yard. And the last is a variance for the maximum projection into the required rear yard to construct ornamental trellis structures at the second, third, and fourth floors. Staff is supportive of variances 1, 2, and 3 based upon the size and configuration of the lot. We are recommending denial of variance number 4 because we believe that can easily be removed. With that, we are recommending approval of the application, including approval of variances 1, 2, and 3, and denial of variance number 4. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Larkin.
And before we start, Mr. Larkin, I just have the request for disclosures, ex parte communications to any of the board members have. And then I believe everyone on your team needs to be sworn in.
Okay.
Because I don't believe everyone was present earlier this morning.
Sure.
So all those, including the public that are here in chambers that haven't been previously sworn in, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And Mr. Larkin, is 10 minutes okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board Member Staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. Could you call the presentation, please, from communication? Thank you very much. So, with regard to slide number 1, with me today is Kevin Regalado and Rene Gonzalez. Rene is in Mexico City. I'm sure he'll elaborate on that, doing some lecturing at a university here, but he's going to join us via Zoom. Is it possible, Michael, to promote Rene over to be our participant? Do you see his hand raised?
Yes. Rene, are you there?
I am here. Can you get?
Great. Thanks, Rene. Hold
Yep.
1 second, okay?
Sure.
So the applicants are here, longtime Miami Beach residents, Steve and Jessica Rhodes, and we have our landscape architect, Mauricio Del Valle, and my colleague, Nicholas Rodriguez. Next slide, please. Oh, great, you're there. Nope, go back one. Sorry. So this is a unique single-family home site located in Belle Isle with a lot size of only 4,700 square feet, which makes it very small for a single-family home lot. Although the Ferry Lane neighborhood is developed with single-family homes built in the 1940s, this area is zoned RM1 and has been zoned multifamily since 1930. Belle Isle has been redeveloped with several multifamily properties. And what's interesting, on the south side of the island, that's where she had grand mansions at one time. J.C. Penney Estate was there where 9 Island Avenue is now, and as you see, land use patterns evolve over time. However, this tiny single-family neighborhood in Ferry Lane and then Century Lane to the west has remained. However, homes along Ferry Lane face challenges with flooding and sea level rise because of the extremely low elevation of Ferry Lane. The city has plans to elevate Ferry Lane to make it more resilient, which again creates another issue. Scott was talking earlier about how you have the existing buildings depressed as the roads around them rise. Nowhere is that more pronounced than if you go on West Avenue, 14th Street. You have the Waverly at the southwest corner. You have our client at the northwest corner. Our client's been flooded multiple times. City's doing its best and it has good intentions, but there is that issue when you have existing buildings and the roads around them are raised. As a result, the Rhodes family seeks to build a home that meets their family's needs, at the same time is resilient, contextual to the neighborhood as it is now and will be in the future. Next slide, please. The Rhodes first obtained approval to build their home in 2016, which was modified in 2018, including several variances necessary to make the home possible. The previously approved variants include a front yard setback variance, a variance for maximum elevation for projecting decks, a rear setback variance, and a variance to increase the maximum size of permitted decks. So the third time they appeared before you all was last year in 2022 with a similar proposal, but withdrew the application to allow the Rhodes family some time to consider, was this their dream home design that they really wanted? And now they've come back with a resounding yes. The application you have today before you, it has slight changes, but is almost the same as what you all considered in 2022. Next slide, please. So here we have 4 variances, each justified by practical difficulties, which is the charter standard for the grant of a variance, stemming from the substandard lot size, which means very small lot, the low-grade elevation of Ferry Lane, and the unique lot shape, which is not regularly rectangular, it fans out when it hits the water. These variances are the minimum necessary to allow a reasonable redevelopment of the road's home with a resilient and modern design. Notably, we have removed all side and rear setback variances for the actual home. We have a setback variance, but it's to allow parking, which is very necessary as a part of the single-family home, and you don't crowd the street. The actual home complies with required setbacks. With regard to the front setback for parking spaces only, it's to provide 2 parking spaces in the front of the property. All the homes along Ferry Lane are challenged when it comes to parking. Single-family homes are permitted parking in the front setback in a single-family district, but the irony here is single-family homes are permitted use in an RM1 district, but you have to observe a front setback requirement, unlike a single-family district. So here you have a 20-foot setback that pushes your parking into the property, and bear in mind that this lot is only 80 feet in depth. So if you have a 20-foot setback, it creates a severe challenge here. So we're asking you all for a front setback, but only for the parking spaces. With regard to number 2, it's the deck elevation. To permit a deck to be elevated at the same level as the first floor. This variance is to allow a transition from the extremely low elevation of Ferry Lane, which is 3.56 NGVD, to the first floor, which must be at 10 NGVD based upon the Florida Building Code requirement, have to be at BFE +1. The code is generous in that it does allow you to measure and to raise the deck somewhat, but even with the way the code allows you to measure it, it still falls over a foot short and is not commensurate and coextensive with our first floor. So we're asking for a deck elevation variance. The third is the rear yard deck area, to permit a reasonably sized deck in the rear yard. The limitation is 30% of the rear yard, which in this case would amount almost to about 100 square feet, which is the size of a powder room. We're asking for a little bit larger. It would be about 400 square feet for our rear yard deck. And the fourth is a rear yard projection to permit a trellis on the second, third, and fourth floors to extend 2.5 feet into the rear yard. Staff supports 3 of the 4 requests. They don't support the last request I talked to you all about, which is the trellis. We just think that having a trellis that is more parallel to the rear elevation rather than shaped like a V, which it would have to be to comply because our rear lot line is shaped like a V, we think it just makes better sense to have it be parallel, but of course we're willing always to discuss with you all that. Next slide, please. You can see that we've reached out to our neighbors. We've obtained an incredible amount of support from our immediate neighbors, from 9 Ferry, 6 and 7 Ferry, 5 Ferry, 3 Ferry, 11 Ferry, and just last night, the owners of 4 Ferry Lane also gave us a letter of support. So we're coming to today with a tremendous amount of neighbor support. We have staff recommendation of approval for the design and for 3 of the 4 variance requests. I'm going to turn it over now to my colleague Kevin and Renee, and they're going to walk you through the design they come up with today.
Good morning, everyone. Kevin Regalado, Design Director at Renee Gonzalez Architects. So I'm going to start by kind of visually going over what Michael just spoke about regarding the variances that have been already previously approved. The first one is in regards to the parking at the front with the required front setback, so you see it labeled here with the parking spaces. Then the other 2 are in regards to the side and rear setbacks, so you can see our walking platforms and stairs on the east and west side, which we're requesting the additional just over 1 foot in height, and then the setback, which is an additional 3.5 feet towards the east and west. Then the rear setback, again, you can see here in regards to the 30%, which would basically not allow for much of any deck space on the rear. And then we can get into the trellis setback further in the other 3D images. Then we created these highlighted zones showing what has changed from the last presentation till now. We've eliminated the bump out elevator variance, so we push the elevator within the envelope of the building. And then we've added this rooftop space, which is within the FAR and also within the allowable height for the home, which you can see here you can see the previous submittal and what we have now. Again, from the other elevation and from the front elevation. Then as we get into the design, this was something that was important for us when we took on this project. We wanted to design a single-family home that read like a single-family home, but due to the constraints of this undersized lot, we were met with some challenges. We wanted to meet the demands of our client and provide a home that worked for them, but at the same time maintain the fabric and scale of the neighborhood. So we did this in a few different ways, which if you can look at the elevations here as well. First, we kind of broke down the building vertically. So at the ground level, we did this through material. So at the ground level, we have board-formed concrete in a horizontal pattern. Then on the next level, we have kind of a play of smooth concrete and textured concrete. So we have kind of these heavier volumes on the lower level with a distinct break between the floors, so it's not this single monolithic building. And then above that second level on the third and rooftop space, we've gone to an even lighter material, which is a series of louvers that kind of dematerialize as they go up to the sky. The rooftop as well, the rooftop space is set back from the front as well as the rear. So if you notice in these renderings from the water, you don't even see that volume because it's set back so far. So certain view angles from the ground and from the neighborhood, you won't even see that rooftop volume.
How much more time would you need?
Mr. Chairman, could we please have 5 more minutes?
Let's try 4.
Yes,
sure.
Hurry up, Kevin.
We're just wrapping up. So then the louvers on the back facade, again, were because of the shape of our property line and the setbacks, we're not kind of able to create this nice, clean louver element. It would be forced to be this triangular shape, but we feel it's an important element to the building to keep the clean lines, and also another element that breaks down this verticality or this monolithic feel of the building. So that's why we're bringing that forward to try to get that variance. And I guess that's good for now.
Any other renderings you want to show? Or
sure. So here we see a rendering from the street where you can see kind of the different materials and also the breaking of the volumes as they move up, focusing more on these 2 levels and then having it break down in material as it goes up. And then here's a view from the water where you can see the home and the previously approved home on 7 Ferry and then the standard.
Great. I would like to hear from Renee. Renee, do you have anything to say via Zoom?
Mr. Gonzalez, I do have to swear you in just quickly. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes. So I just want to reiterate what Kevin has very clearly pointed out. It's really our intention to do the right thing here. I've known Steve and Jessica for over 10 years. As some of you may know, I owned until very recently the lot immediately next door. So together, they've lived there for, I think, over 20 years and have wanted to build their house, have lived elsewhere thinking maybe maybe they'd rather be in a place with more space. And in the end, they come back to this little street because they love it and they feel that it's the right place to continue to raise their family. So this house is a representation of a lot of care that we have jointly put into it. And with the understanding that, this is a very, very challenging lot and street. And we want to do the right thing. And that's why we've broken up the mass the way we have. So I would really just hope that you can see the amount of care that we've put into this and the intent to really set an example of the type of house that can be built here that takes advantage of the as-of-right FAR and height, but that is broken down in a way that really feels residential, unlike some of the other projects that we've seen being developed on this street. So I'll simply leave it at that and be available to answer any questions you may have later if you'd like me to chime in.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you, Renee. That's it, Mr. Chair. I'd like to reserve some time for rebuttal, and we'll sit down so the public hearing can.
Okay. I want to ask if anybody from the public wishes to speak, please come forward at this time or raise your hand online. 2 minutes.
Good morning, Peter Luria, 1800 West 23rd Street. I really don't have an opinion on this thing. You can approve it if you want to. It's my issue is not that. I wanted to remind you that you passed some pretty good, strenuous construction practices back in, October 2021, I think. And the code for the city for construction is not as stringent as the one that the DRB passed, which is good. We need stronger ones for the city, and I do expect to go get some commissioners to support changing the ordinance. But I urge you that even though this was approved already, and now they're asking for modification, you probably had approved it with earlier construction practices, and that you include those. They're not going to change the design at all, but it'll help the neighborhood to approve and all DRB orders for residential homes that go before you include those stronger construction practices. It will help the quality of life for all the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Peter, I can confirm that I did include those in the draft final order, so they.
Okay.
Everything
Is that true of all the DRB orders for residentials that are coming through?
I'll take a look and see, but I confirmed just.
No,
for
I
this
appreciate
one,
it. Thanks, because we worked very hard on it, and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
So, excuse me, I have a question, Mr. Luria, before you leave. Peter? So I understand that you live at 23rd Street. How are you impacted by construction at 8 Ferry?
I live on the island. I drive around the island. I deal with construction.
Sunset Island. You live on Sunset Island.
Yeah, but I still drive around Miami Beach. And I'll give you an answer. Okay? Just like Sunset Harbor, people who are doing construction, whether it's big buildings or residential, their trucks are parking all over the place. They're supposed to have construction plans. If you can't park on your own property, go off. We can't even get parking spaces or anything on Sunset Harbor. I didn't get involved with your 1920 Alton Road, but this is a problem. So the more you help, and there's no reason why as a resident I can't help the neighborhood even if it's not my own, because I do live here, I do pay taxes. It's not just for my Sunset Island. So I urge you, Sam, to please take into account these reasonable construction practices that you passed before. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking anything whether you do the height waivers or the variances, okay? That's...
Thank you,
I haven't paid attention to that.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? Oh. Sorry, I need glasses. Hello, my name is Steve Rhodes, and I, along with my wife Jessica, who's here, are the owners of the subject property, 8 Ferry Lane. Thank you for your time and consideration today. For some history and context, I bought this home 22 years ago in 2001, before I even met Jessica. It was an amazing small waterfront home on a very unique street next to the Standard Hotel and close to Sunset Harbor. Over the next few years, a number of people also bought houses on the street. My neighbors Ivo, Alex, Joe, Fernando, Kim, and others. To this day, no one has sold their home on on Ferry Lane, and they all still live here today. Like Jessica and myself, some of our neighbors started having kids. Evo has 2, Alex has 2, and Jessica and I have 3. The babies have turned into teenagers, and eventually there may even be grandchildren in the future. We've always been aware that we are in an RM1 zoning area, which allows a much larger home, even though the lot sizes are small. This can only be accomplished by building additional floors. We love Ferry Lane, and we plan our long-term future there. And for many years, as Renee and Michael have mentioned, we've been planning to build a new home on this property to accommodate a growing family. We've been before the DRB numerous times over the last 6 years with various designs and have spent very large amounts of money on architectural and engineering plans, DRB fees, and legal fees. Our last design was approved by the DRB about 2.5 years ago, but soon thereafter, COVID stopped everything and financially affected us for a couple of years, and that approval expired. We are coming before this board with a design that is very similar to what was approved before, and now we are ready to move forward with our construction. We have the support of staff and all of our neighbors. Just for reference, everybody I asked gave me a letter of support. I didn't ask the owners who were renting their properties or the Chabad. I only asked the residents who are currently living on the street, and all of them gave letters of support. We expect that some of the neighbors will also build new houses on their property someday. Regarding the design, which Renee explained, I think there's no doubt that this is an outstanding, sensitive, and inspired design that accommodates our practical needs while softening the effect of height more than any 3-story house I've ever seen. I respectfully request that you consider and approve this application so we can finally move forward and build our dream home on this unique location. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Martin, and I'm the owner of 4 Ferry Lane. And I just wanted to say that I've known Steve and Jesse for 20 years. We've lived on the street for 20 years. And I've been in support of their projects from 2016, including up to today. So I would also request that you approve his application because I think he would be turning something very special on Ferry Lane. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Joe Ferrone. I'm the owner of 9 Ferry Lane. I'm Steve's immediate neighbor. I know there's been a lot of discussion about restricting heights and changing the zoning and all of that in the area. I participated in a meeting that was held by the condo association of everybody across the street in the big buildings. And there was a lot of talk about those individuals concerned for our safety and the passage of emergency vehicles and all kinds of stuff, whereas we all know that what it's about is their concern over their sight lines to the water and our direction. As I've stated before, this is my main asset. I am not a young woman. I expect this to be my retirement. I love Ferry Lane. I'm going to live there, I hope, for the rest of my life. I fully and totally support my neighbors Steve and Jess, and if those people across the way are concerned about my quality of life, then they should know that I want my neighbors back, and if that means that they need to have a bigger house in order to accommodate their family, then that's what it means. There are things that are critically important to me that have nothing to do with the sightline of the people across the way, though I wish everybody could have everything that they wanted. I don't want the value of my greatest asset at this time in my life to be drastically reduced by that concern. And I want my neighbors back, and I want us to all be able to do with our homes what we were told we could do with them when we originally purchased them. Thanks.
Thank you.
good morning or good afternoon at this point. My name is Kara Glazer. I live at 1 Century Lane on Belle Isle. I'm standing here to just voice my opposition to the proposed plans as they're stated, specifically the requested variances. As many of you know, over the past few months, there have been many property owners in Ferry and Century Lane that have stated their property rights and threatened legal action against the city's initial drafted overlay to downsize these tiny lots to be more consistent with single-family homes on Miami Beach. These lots, as everyone has said, do not meet the minimum lot size requirements. The roads they're on are non-conforming in nature, and the zoning's inconsistent with other zoning for single-family homes in Miami Beach. While RM1 already allows more than any other single-family properties in the city of Miami Beach, especially for lot sizes of these, each of these property owners seem to keep coming up with new proposals to the city where they're not only stretching the limits on height and far beyond anything else requested, but they're also asking for a significant number of variances and pointing to other properties or past plans with previously approved these variances. We continuously hear the cat's out of the bag and the precedence has already been set, but the city tells us that each plan is considered on a case-by-case basis. The owners may try to depict me and the other opposition as anti-construction or upset over reviews. I can assure you it is not about the views, and this is not the case. I support construction for resiliency and sustainability, but while following the rules set in place. My focus is on safety and what's right for our neighborhood. They do not have automatic rights to these variances or legal hardships. We are facing significant quality of life and safety issues on Century Lane and this north side of the island, not the other side of the island. We've had blocked egresses, blocked roadways, illegal parked cars, dangerous intersections where there was recently just an accident with a cyclist, damage to neighboring personal property, off-hour construction and code violations, and stormwater retention and flooding issues.
How much more time do you need?
Just 30 seconds is fine. While the city continues to provide attention to these issues, and they are working diligently to demonstrate their ability to protect the residents while ongoing construction, it does not feel like these codes and safeguards are being enforced properly, and that is simply what we're asking. So we want you to hold these owners and developers to a higher standard. If they want the right to build a single-family home under these RM1, then we're asking them and you to approve plans that are set forth under those rules without having to ask for variances. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
We have one speaker online, Farutza McLean.
Hello?
Yes, Ms. McLean, I need to swear you in before you address the board. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And I'll set the clock at 2 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. I am a resident of Century Lane, and I want to reiterate that our requests for the DRB to stick to the variances as they are written today, in other words, don't allow additional variances for the new construction on Century Lane, is not because of the view. The view has something to do with the height. We are now complaining about the new structures stretching the limits of what is allowable today on the books and coming exactly to the property line, way beyond what is safe for our lane. I'm not concerned about the rest of the island. I live on Century Lane. I see what's going on there every single day with construction trucks, with emergencies. We've had 2 in the past month where the emergency ambulance and fire truck could not get through our lane. So I understand everybody's right to build a property, build a home the way they like. I absolutely am pro that. I would love for the existing people who've lived on Ferry Lane and Century Lane to continue living. I don't want developers in our neighborhood. But for that very reason, unless the city is willing to actually enforce the laws on the book as far as ticketing and towing cars that continuously block our tiny lane, unless the city is really willing to enforce all the laws regarding construction, hours, regarding the limit that one neighbor can come exactly to the border of the property line, then please stick to what's on the books right now. I'm sure for whatever reason these laws were set in place. And whatever building variance you allow today, please be mindful that a few months from now, someone will come in front of you demanding even more, even more than what you just allowed. Example is 11th Century Lane. Now, people that are building new buildings want even more. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Nobody else online, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm going to close the public portion, or before I do that, I will let Michael do a rebuttal.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So, with regard to the first speaker, Ms. Glazer from the Vistas, I mean, bear in mind, we're on Ferry Lane, not Century Lane. You all do have pending DRB applications for Century that will continue presumably till March. With regard to the Vistas, I don't see how we negatively impact any unit or the Vistas. You have Century Lane, then you have the Standard, then you have Ferry Lane. We're a substantial distance away from the Vistas. And it seems to me, and we're researching this right now, the Vistas itself was probably the recipient of variances. If you notice on the Venetian how close it is to Venetian, so they don't want us to get variances, yet they, the original developers, sought variances to construct the Vistas. I think that's somewhat of a hypocritical stance. Again, we cited to you the practical difficulty standard that's in the charter for the grant of the variances. We also satisfy the hardship standard based upon the irregular shape of this lot. We have overwhelming support from the residents of Ferry Lane for our project. With regard to the second speaker, I do believe that the ambulance issue is just a red herring. If this property is redeveloped, I don't see how that would in any way prevent access of life safety vehicles traversing up and down Ferry Lane. Note that Ferry Lane is a T lane. At the very end, they have ample room to maneuver around the radii of each corner, whether you're going to the east or the west. So the redevelopment of our property would have nothing to do to hamper access by emergency vehicles. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. We respectfully request that you all approve this project, and we're here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. I'm now going to close the public portion and turn it over to the board for comment. Renee, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Could you discuss or give your thoughts more about the fourth variance that's being requested here?
The trellis variance.
Of course. I think the main variance in question, which are the louvers on the water side, we could build as of right within the setbacks a triangular louver. That would just be awkward architecturally. And from that side, I feel strongly that we need something. Otherwise, it's going to look like a mammoth kind of solid glass box, which goes against everything we try to do in my office. I mean, we try to break things down, create a human scale, be sensitive to the environment. So that's precisely what we're doing with these louvers. So I see them, and of course we considered very carefully removing them so that we wouldn't have to present you this variance. But I felt very, very strong that we needed them architecturally and to make this project better, and to address the neighborhood, to sort of break it down in scale. That's the most important element surrounding that variance request. The others are pretty clear, I think, from the drawings, as Kevin pointed out. There are things that are such low impact. I mean, we're talking about, just a deck that is big enough to be able to walk out of your trash room or your house on the side yard. It does not impact the neighbors. Really, it's only 1 foot higher than it would normally be. So it's really an environmental issue that we're trying to obviously continue to work and address sea level rise with our projects. And then the parking variance, as you know, is also a matter of just getting these cars off the street. I have spent an incredible amount of time on Ferry Lane, and the worst situation that you have there are when the cars stack on the street, and that only happens when you don't have the ability to park on the front yard. As you know, this is a zoning situation that is not consistent with building, single-family home. So that's why we are respectfully requesting these variances.
Okay, so just clarify, my original question was about the louvers. The louvers are the extensions of the floor slabs on the lake, the water side at 3 levels, correct?
Correct.
And they are extending how far
4 feet.
into the setback?
2 feet and change.
And they're 4'3" deep, so I guess they could be less, but 4'6" on one side and 4'3" encroachment.
On the second, third, and fourth floor, they're extending 2.5 feet into the rear yard.
Yeah, I'll be perfectly open with you. I mean, obviously, you could take those off and the house will still function. We've kept them to a minimum, what we thought was minimum, in order to make them look upper architecturally, from a proportional point of view. So they're quite minor, they're quite light, and they're just horizontal elements that will, in a sense, dissipate into the sky.
I just wish that they weren't facing north. If they're on the south side of a building, it might be reasonable.
Sorry, yes. No, you're absolutely correct. The north side requires less shade. So this isn't about shade. It's about creating a situation on that facade that breaks it down so that the house looks residential. It doesn't look like a 3-story building. So it's not about shade. We're lucky that it faces north. Otherwise, I would need those to be considerably larger in order for them to actually provide shade. And in this case, it's not about shade whatsoever. It's about breaking down the mass so that the building does not look so that the building looks residential and it is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Renee, this is Jason. I think you and your team have done a really thoughtful job of designing a very kind of what would be, I guess, a compact home on a compact site. I don't know necessarily if the louvers meet the 8 criteria that are so thoughtfully put into our staff report about practical difficulty and hardship criteria, but I will say that I do think they are a benefit to the overall design, so I'm willing to actually be in favor of that. I do want to say I really like the materiality and texture you've put in with the concrete and this sort of the 4th floor that to me looks sort of like this crow's nest on top of the home, which I think is probably kind of deliberately done and setting the materials kind of different than the rest of the home. And I think I can kind of picture what this will look like because obviously your renderings are very nice, but I think it's a nice way to kind of take the massing, and then obviously the louvers are sort of solid because they're in front of something, but then they become the railing. I think that's really a really delicate touch to the top of the building, which I think will be received very well. And I would say the other 3 variances, if there's any situation, and of course we see variances quite often here, but if you read the requirements in the next part of the report, which are the sort of the practical difficulties and hardship, and read the 8 points, because of this site, maybe not necessarily because of the shape, but certainly because of the elevation, the over elevation of the street is so low. I think for me that the variances are all warranted and are asked for in good in good faith and then approached in a way that I think is very successful and minimizes the impact to the neighbors. So I'm fully supportive of the project.
Help me understand what was previously approved as far as the variances. Were all 4 variances previously approved?
They're consistent to what was approved previously, but there was also an additional variance for an elevator with a setback of 3 feet from the side. So I suggested that they push the elevator into the house, which they did. So now the envelope of the building fully complies with the setback requirements. Now it's basically yard elevation for access and for the parking in the front and the trellis at the back.
Got it. So my question was specifically about variance 4. So the trellis, notwithstanding staff's recommendation that it be denied, was previously approved. Is that?
I don't know if I have that information.
I don't think so, Sam.
Okay.
I
I think this is a beautiful home. Congratulations. I hope you get it built quickly. I am supportive of variances 1 through 3. I concur with staff's analysis that because of the shallowness of the parcel, that does indeed create a practical difficulty warranting the grant of variances 1 through 3. I also happen to concur with staff's analysis that the trellis in variance 4 is strictly aesthetic and not functional, and therefore I don't see any practical difficulty warranting that variance. But otherwise, I'm fully supportive of this application.
And I was just going to go, you had me until the 4th floor, and the 4th floor just kind of ruins it for me. Back to the size of the lots and everything else, and I know you can build 5 by right, but you can't build without variances, and I think a little quid pro quo, that's where my stance is. I know how controversial this is. We've talked about all these plans that have come, and they get bigger, and they get changed, and yeah, the variances were approved before, but that was when it was 3 stories. Now it's 4, and you want the same variances, and maybe next year you'll come back at 5 with the same variances if we approve this. I'm watching the angst of, I know all the neighbors now because I've watched them change over the years when people were going to add 1 story, and then it's just the envelope keeps getting pushed. And what code does not ever address is that the streets are non-standard. The lots are so little that they don't need a 5-story house on them. So, I mean, it's deja vu all over again, but I'm not going to vote for the variances with the extra floor.
You should have been here when we originally saw the first project where they were keeping the walls or the foundation and building directly on top of that. That's because they didn't want to have to apply for variances. They were, by matter of right, feeling that they had the right to not meet the setbacks, if I remember correctly. So I think they're doing a much better job than they did originally.
They're doing a much better job. It's the same thing, though. It's, if you want to build it without a variance, build it without a variance as high as you want, and don't come here. But that's where my thing is. So I appreciate what you did, but that's where I am.
Michael, I have a question for staff. Were the landscape plans approved before?
Yeah, the landscape plan would have been approved before by the DRB, not permitted. The project was never permitted.
Okay. When we get the plans, aren't they supposed to be signed and sealed?
Well, the building permit plans have to be signed and sealed.
So the plans for the application do not have to be?
On a case, we have allowed unsigned and sealed architecture or landscape plans.
Okay.
I mean, in the end, it will require the sign-off by a registered landscape architect in the state of Florida.
I think plans that come to the board should be signed and sealed.
Can't see it.
So, one of the first things that you said, talking about the design, my comments are about the design, was that the goal was to build a single-family home that looks like a single-family home. And I think that the trouble that we've been having with a lot of the projects from Ferry Lane and from Century Lane that have been brought before us is this challenge of how do you create a single-family home that's 4 or 5 stories tall. I feel like it's yet to be resolved by anybody. So On the one hand, I think that you were very successful in not making this seem so vertical. On the other, I get the impression, at least from the front facade, it almost looks to me, it's very boxy. It almost looks to me like a concrete block with a straw hat put on top. That this wood, it's very, there's no variation. It completely wraps around the entire building. I should also say I'm really impressed with how much was able to be included in the floor plans, considering this is such a small lot size. But I feel like the top floor, or I guess it's the third and the fourth floor, this wraparound wood trellis it doesn't flow as well with the rest of it. To me, it seems very resolved and unresolved. And I think that in terms of the back, with the variances and the trellises, again, trying to not make it look commercial, what's making the building look commercial is that you have 3 levels of glazing, which is what you see in a commercial building. It's not, the trellises, it's the design choices that are being made with all the glazing. So I don't have a problem with the variance about the parking. I understand with the deck, again, you're trying to squeeze in. I'm sympathetic to that. For me, the design it's not successful because of the top 2 layers, and I would really encourage you to explore it. The whole thing looks really, really boxy. I don't feel like you've achieved your goal of creating a single-family home that looks like a single-family home. And I would encourage some refinement, some breaking up of these vertical lines. I don't know what that is, but
I listened to Sarah. Do you have any concrete suggestions about how you want the design to change?
I mean, I'm not an architect.
You're close.
But I can critique. I'm good at an art directing sort of role of I know this isn't working. I want you to achieve your goals. I want these people to have the house of their dreams. I can't blame them for not moving from this property because it is spectacular. I just wish that there was some sort of cohesiveness. It looks like someone just put a hat on a blocky gray concrete structure. So I don't know if any of my other colleagues can help, but that's my impression. And there's not maybe there needs to be a relationship between the front and the back. It could be softened. You're not really giving us a lot of side views, at least in the renderings. And that's the other thing too. This is a tall building amongst lots of shorter buildings. You're going to see it from all sides, at least for the foreseeable future until the other buildings. So, you really have to have all 4 sides of this, fantastically resolved because it is going to be visible. And I feel like I could go another layer. I don't know if anybody else has anything to say.
I'm looking at the axonometric drawings, the 3D perspectives, and I think there are, points that you make there about the layer cake effect. But I do think there's certain things that are really quite successful. I think the front of the building is very successful, and I think the bird's nest at the top, it's could be worked on. I think if the character of that material were not so tall, it's almost as tall as the rest of the house.
Well, and what is it a wood? What is this material? This wood-like material?
It's a composite wood.
Okay, so this composite, you're wrapping it on. It looks like 2 stories around 3 sides of the building without any sort of interruption. That's a lot. And it's not like the 3rd floor is a little bit smaller. It's the same mass. So I wish I could be more, but maybe and I don't know, in situations like this before, how have we recommended to break it up? Maybe there's a planter or some greenery. I don't know. Maybe you continue the actual windows and the concrete. I'm at a loss.
So I think they have a couple of suggestions, Mr. Chairman, through you, that they're willing to discuss with the board. Go ahead.
Yeah, and just a couple things to clarify, just to make sure we're looking at it the same way. Yes, there's a substantial amount of glass on the north facade, which is the rear, which faces the water, which of course is to maximize the incredible view. You know, if you go around the other elevations, you can see the proportion of glass to concrete is much, much less. And those are the elevations, the front and the two sides that are going to be perceived more from the surrounding neighborhoods. So, you know, in regards to the glass, I think, you know, the house is successful in kind of having the moments which are most important to have views out and light coming in. In regards to the louver structure on the roof, as I forgot who mentioned it, it is up against a solid on that third level, but then it's kind of open air behind it to make it feel even lighter above. So it's not going to feel like this large mass that's wrapping around the building. You know, we could possibly play with the spacing of the louvers to make it feel a little more lighter.
Well, I mean, and there's no...
And it's also set back from the, you know, the facade of the lower level. So you see on all the elevations that it's set back considerably, at least 1.5 feet from the edges.
Could you set it back farther?
Yes.
Yeah, because, I mean, why are there, and maybe again it's just the renderings, but on that level, I guess this is the third floor that we're talking about, are there any windows? Does the wood cover up? You know, what's on the other, is it just flat wall behind there?
We do have some windows and there's flat wall, so it's a combination.
That the wood is sort of covering,
Correct.
blocking.
Correct.
So the chairman suggested setting it back. We're open to that, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, we ran into this on a previous project, much bigger, but I made the reference to make the top portion look like a penthouse sitting on top of the house. You know, you're pulling it in and trying to reduce the scale of it.
Which is kind of what we did with that rooftop space where it's pulled in considerably.
For like 1 foot.
No,
Rooftop,
yeah,
yes, yes. And I think it's just, I mean, how tall, you know.
It feels too tall.
It's the portions. You did a nice job. I think everybody agrees on the portions of the concrete and the glass on the first floor. And then there's an interesting play of volumes and textures on the second floor. And it would be nice if that would be continued, perhaps, some other sort of, as opposed to just this one material wrapping 1.5 stories of the building.
Can we do something with the materiality? Can you make a suggestion?
I mean, other than setting it back further or maybe having some play with the uniformity of the louvers, whether they're different sizes or at different angles possibly, to kind of create more patterning similar to what's going on the lower floors?
I'm just, you know, this is the impression that I'm getting, and I want you to be able to reach your design goals.
Mm-hmm. May I add something to the conversation? I don't know if...
Yeah, Renee, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that what you're describing was done intentionally so that we would make the upper floor and the roof disappear in a sense. I mean, if we start, and we're happy to look at that, but I will tell you that if we start to break up that volume so that you express windows where windows exist, where we're currently just keeping a very quiet third floor in a sense, where we want it to just sort of go away and become quiet. And I think if we add planters, if we change the spacing of the louvers, and we start to express windows, in a sense, make it more expressive, it will be more noticeable. And then, and again, my intention all along is to be sensitive to the neighborhood and to address the fact that, you know, these homes are ideally, well, that they have tight parameters, and we're trying, you know, this is probably the most challenging project that I have ever done, believe it or not, although it's such a tiny little house in such a tiny little lot because of all of the issues that you're pointing out and that you're discussing. I just, would ask you to consider that architecturally, when you have something that is simple and consistent and doesn't start to call attention to itself, and is light in nature like this material is, because there's a lot of areas where there's space behind it, and as a result, it'll essentially allow the sky to come through, or air. So I just wanted to let you know our thinking process, because this has really been considered very carefully. I also want to say to Scott that we're really not pushing the envelope here, Scott. On the contrary, we're working within the envelope that's allowed, and we can move forward if you suggest that you're not comfortable with some or all of these variances, but I would respectfully request that you consider them and understand that the intention is to do the right thing here.
So, Renee, I think, unfortunately, I thank you for that elaboration. I think what's happening, though, there's the intention, and then for me, that the wood framing that was supposed to disappear, that was the first thing that my eye went to. So, because it just seems so incongruous and so, with the rest of the building. So I understand the intention, and I think that it does need to be refined so you're able to realize that intention. I understand it's also sort of hard to camouflage an entire story and a half. I don't know what the solution is. Again, this is the most all of the projects that we've seen. This has been a continual design challenge. Forget this comes up again and again and again, and I'm saying this is not. Unfortunately, I like your idea, but unfortunately, it's not translating, I think, in the way that you hope it would.
So we are willing to set it back, like the chairman suggested. Good idea. And vary the size of the louvers, as our architect suggested. Is there anything else we can do to address your concern? And let us work with staff on those two refinements and anything else that you might like?
I think it's a material issue.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm eager to hear.
Well, I like it, as I stated earlier. I completely disagree with Sarah on this one. I definitely don't want to muck it up, because I know Renee and his team have put tons of thought into this. What I think is happening a little bit, is that the SketchUp renderings that you have make this thing look like it's all. I'm assuming the top part is part of a railing system. That's the same louver, but it's open, right?
Because at the view angle, it looks solid.
Right. So you have one rendering that's on page. Yes, page 12, where you start to kind of see there's actually the solid. Yeah, 12 kind of shows it, especially in the photorealistic rendering, where that top 4 feet, which is the guardrail, is actually a railing. It has the same spacing, I'd imagine, as the rest of the louvers, but it's not in front of a wall.
Correct.
So, I'm really fond of this little wood, like I said, this little crow's nest on top of the home. So I tend to be more supportive of the design as it is than Sarah is. So I understand that it's a compromise here. You have to get a number of votes, of course. But if I were to make a motion, it would be to approve it as is with the three variances. But I would need somebody else to.
Is that a motion with a second?
We need Sarah comfortable with everything.
My issue isn't with the variances; it's with the design.
Well, we need five votes for the variances and 4 for the design.
So Sarah would be our 5th vote for the variance, if we can address her design
I also
concerns.
wonder too if the variance There's also the wood louvers in the rear, which is variance number 4, and I'm wondering if you start to make tweaks to the design, if that also, I don't know, for me it seems like the design is total. You're not just going to design one section, you're going to look at everything and see how it works, and then it might end up that you feel like these louvers in the rear that you want a variance for, you might not end up needing that as you're tweaking the design. I don't know.
We vote on variances first or the design of it?
Design.
We can do it, but let's do the design first.
Okay. Someone make a motion.
I move to approve the design.
Second.
Second by Mr. Agopian. All in favor of the design?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
The motion passes 4-2 with Ms. Keller-Nelson and Mr. Diffinger for opposed.
I make a motion to approve variance DRB application 22-0898 with the variances 1, 2, and 3.
I second.
Seconded by Mr. Comas. All in favor of the variances 1, 2, and 3?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
That passes 5-1 with Mr. Diffinger for opposed.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for your time. Much
Thank you.
appreciated.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Renee.
Do we need to address variance number 4, or does it simply fail by virtue of having not been, there having been no motion to approve it?
It failed. Unless you want to make a motion to approve it.
I don't, no, not necessarily.
We're good.
It would fail.
It's failed.
I'm out of here. I'm running.
Run.
So we'll
Would
take
like
a
to
break
take
for
a
lunch.
lunch break?
You want break for lunch?
How many do we have? How many more we
At what
have?
time? Till quarter till?
Quarter of 10 of approximately.
We'll be back at 1:45.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Design Review Board meeting being held here in Miami Beach City Hall on February 7th. We'll pick up, Michael, where we left off on the agenda we're walking through.
Correct, yes. The next application is for 845 West 46th Street. Ricardo will read that into the record.
Yes, next file is DRB 22-0895, property address 845 West 46th Street. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story residence, including variances from the front setback requirement and 1 or more waivers.
So this application is for a house that is actually was permitted and is under construction, fully compliant with the code. During construction, the homeowners realized they needed to add an additional bedroom, and so this bedroom is proposed to be towards the front of the house, and they are asking for 1 waiver, which is the additional 5-foot setback required for the second floor front elevation when the lot coverage is over 25%, and the variance from the minimum required 40-foot front setback for the 2-story portion in order to construct a 30-foot setback from the property line. Staff is supportive of the variance request, and the waiver as stated in the staff report. And if you look at the elevation, the massing is not, it's sort of broken up in terms of 1-story volumes and 2-story volumes. So when you balance them out, it sort of results in an equivalent volume, but at the 2 different levels. It's sort of offset between one side and the other side of the elevation of the front. We are recommending approval, but we do have one condition and a recommendation. We are recommending that additional fenestration or expansion of the wood cladding be incorporated into the east elevation. That'll turn it over to the applicant, attorney, and the architect to present the application.
And Mr. Murrow, before you start, board members, are there any ex parte communications for disclosures? Nope. And then I think everyone's sworn in, so we should be good.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mickey Marrero from the law firm of Burkow, Rodale, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapinas at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. With me today are project architects Jose Vidal and Manny Fernandez, and the homeowners Luis Varela and his wife Andrea. We are here together on this application. What I will tell you is that this application is unique to any other one that I've had before you all, in that the house is completely under construction, and it didn't trigger any of the reasons that we come before the board. At the time that it started, it was not before the state changed the law on pre-42 homes and demolition, but the home was built in 1950, so it wouldn't have triggered that. Didn't ask for any waivers, didn't ask for any variances, so they were able to proceed straight to building permit. While under construction, Luis and Andrea realized we'd like to grow our family, and this is an opportunity to maybe make a quick change here without the home being fully built, so we can have the additional room. And they went to Jose and Manny and tried to find a way to do that, and met with Michael for that purpose. The good news is there was an existing planter box in the front of the house that provided the space where they could expand a little bit without triggering any additional lot coverage. The proposed home, as I think you've seen, and by the way, if we can put the presentation up, which Jose will go through in a second, but the home already is 5% below the maximum lot coverage, 5% below the maximum unit area. So it's not trying to max out any of the dimensional limits. And as you can see, it's currently under construction. And all we're doing is just adding a room where a planter bed used to be and improving the design a little bit. It's given staff the opportunity to request a couple things, including the fenestration that Michael mentioned. And also we've reduced the amount of paving in the front as a condition of this application, which wouldn't have been required otherwise. I can tell you that Luis and Andrea went to a lot of their neighbors to go over the plans, and nobody's objected. In fact, there's 4 letters of support that we obtained from the immediate neighbors. I have copies here, but they're in our presentation, and they should be in your package. But if you'd like to see them, I have the letters. So we have support from our neighbors. With that, I'd like to just pass it over to Jose so we can go through the drawings and tell you how we got where we are, and of course, reserve any time for rebuttal that we would need. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Jose Vidal with B3 Architectural Group, office at 8103 Northwest 33rd Street, Doral, Florida. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Michael, for the support you're giving us during the revisions and meeting with us on several occasions for the project. As Mickey stated, the project is already well underway. All of the foundations, grade beams, and so on are in place, along with some walls on the site. When we started the project many years ago, the codes obviously didn't require any variances. We stay well within the maximum lot coverage and unit size. As you can see in the diagrams, as we started in the project, we had option 1 and option 2 were some of the ways that the site could be treated for the massing of the building. And then as the house was permitted and started construction, which on the sketch is shown as proposed 1, we basically stay well beyond what we needed for the setback. Now, what we're asking as part of this submission is with the new requirements, we need to be for the ground level at 20 feet and then 40 feet for the upper level. In our case, we're actually not trying to go to the very front of the house at all. So in lieu of the minimum 20 feet, we're actually providing 24 foot, 8 inches. Again, we're trying to keep a very small footprint for the addition as the family grows. And then one thing to note is we're not only under the maximum lot coverage permitted, but we're also under the unit size. The massing for the house, as you can see, we feel, actually, let me kind of take on this slide. So as you can see with the setbacks, as shown in the blue line, dotted line in the front, we're still within, 4 feet and 8 inches beyond what we can be. The question happens on the second floor, where, as you can see in the section, on the west side of the house is where we're requiring for a waiver of 10 feet. What we did is we worked within the structure of the building to try to create a massing for the building, where we break the facades into several volumes, where we have a lot of play with ins and outs of the volumes to create this architecture that's floating not only on the ground level but also on the second level. So we actually feel that on the massing that we created now for the house, we have, it actually creates more of a depth to the building as opposed to it was previously drawn. So this kind of shows an image of a shot of it. And those are pretty much the items that, nothing else on the property changed. The other thing is this house hasn't taken advantage of going extremely high because of the sustainable guidelines, so we could have gone much greater than the freeboard. That hasn't been the case, so we feel the massing is in keeping. And again, we're grateful to the neighbors that we reached out to and showed them the design. They're very much in favor of the variance.
So with that, I would just include, I guess, what wasn't said, the simplest way to describe it really, if you have a two-story home, you're allowed to go 30 feet on both stories. If you have 20 feet on top, then you have to have 40 on the bottom. The difference here is that it was in the middle of construction when that change came up. So as Michael said, the good news here is that the home does have a lot of movement and differentiation, so it's the type of home where that could be approved. Had it been a much more simple design, we might have had more problems. But again, I know it's the first time you've all seen the home, so we're happy to answer any questions you may have, and our clients are here as well if you have questions for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone from the public wish to speak come forward at this time or raise your hand?
There is one person online with her hand raised, Christina Carlini.
Hi, yeah, I'm Christina Toto. We're the
Carlini?
neighbors right next door.
Yes.
Sorry.
if
Oh, you have
could-
to swear me in, sorry.
Yes,
Okay, go
thank you. Sorry about that. Please raise your right hand. If you can, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll set the clock for 2 minutes.
Okay, I only need 30 seconds. We are the house right next door at 855 West 46th Street, and we are in complete support of the changes that they're making to their house. It is beautiful. It is done in good taste, and it will not impact our view whatsoever. Right now, they're doing a great job in keeping up with what they need to do, and any issues that come up, they are the first to knock on our door and let us know that there are going to be any delays and so forth. So my husband and I are very supportive. They're good community members, and they're current with their NAHA dues.
With that, we have nobody else with their hand raised online.
And I'm going to, excuse me, close the public portion of the hearing, turn over to the board. Now, Mickey, did you advise your client about the lion's den they're walking into?
Well, yeah, I think they were advised by staff, but you guys are a fun group. I think it's a good experience to come to the board and get a little fun in architecture today.
Well, it's a very attractive project.
Great.
But other comments?
I don't have any comments.
Sometimes silence is golden. Right?
Okay,
we hope.
I like this. I was a little confused with the presentation, but with what was the past versus the current, but I guess you just want us to weigh in. It doesn't really matter as much what the previously approved one, you just want us to weigh in on the current. Can you just show, I mean, I like it, but just to make sure that we know what we're voting on,
Sure.
Is there a picture that shows exactly, is there what the variance, you're just moving the structure, it's the
Correct. I have it on. Okay. So Ms. Kelly, the one proposed one obviously was the original one, and as you can see, at one point what we had done where we had a series of planes in the front, like some gardens and stuff like that to break the massing of the house. So again, the code changed during the whole process, and when we did the expansion, what we're doing on the right side of the house is actually we're creating kind of this almost like yin and yang kind of effect with the volumes, where we're doing the lower level to break the massing. We're taking that to 24 feet on the ground level, but then we actually are able to set the volume, quite set back on the second floor. So the attached images here show more of the before and after of the project. So in essence, all it is we're bringing in where the current brown portion of the roof, the coverage, further towards the south.
All the renderings you saw were for the new version.
Yeah.
right, because the proposed was the last one, and the
Correct.
current is what we're talking about now. Okay, that was what I was.
I move to approve the variance.
I just have one thought to explore that I thought might make the facade look. consider, and maybe you thought about this, in the left square portion to extend the glazing all the way up so that it's like in the other square that has the floor to ceiling glazing.
Okay.
Just minor comment, thought that might just be a nice.
Personally, I don't have any objection to that. Basically, it's extending, basically, it's to extend the volume on the left side, the glass, to take it to the underside, similar to what we're doing on the east side of it, which I think it wouldn't have any detrimental effect on the design.
It's actually the railing above, but it would be glass above. It'd be kind of cool.
So I think we're okay with it, but just so that since it hasn't been drawn yet, can we put a condition, as Michael often does, to explore with staff at the direction of the board?
What is the? So which elevation are we looking at? The
front elevation on the left side.
The new volume, the new front bedroom.
So the new front bedroom, you want to take the glass, okay, I see, all the way to the underside of the framing element.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. If Sarah, if you're okay with it, if with the condition agreed to explore with staff, just to make sure we don't run into a problem.
Just explore.
Thank you.
Yes.
Second.
Oh,
okay.
So Mr. Comas made the motion. And second
Motion
by
to
Mr.
approve the
Agopi.
design subject to
With
Sarah's
staff's conditions and
conditions.
Sarah's condition.
I second.
We're all seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The design passes. And now if I can get a motion on the variance.
Motion to approve the variance.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 6-0.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you,
survived the
everyone.
lines then. Mr. Bodner, I know it's your last meeting. It's been a pleasure working with you all these years. We'll see you soon.
Enjoy.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Michael, thank you for the support and all the changes that we discussed.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to go back to DRB 22-0896 for 1400 West 23rd Street. Before we go back to this again, I just want to let the board members know we did find that there was an error in the posting of the site. So we'd like to treat this as a discussion item for the board to provide comments. We're going to have to re-advertise this for the April meeting. So just in case there's design concerns or if the board has concerns with the variances, if you can express that now, and then they can make any changes needed, and we'll come back for you for review again in April.
So what we're talking about now is non-binding, essentially?
Yeah, correct,
or-
yes.
Okay.
And I'll just read, into the record. Actually, Ricardo, if you can just read the notice.
This is filed DRB 22-0896. Property address is 1400 West 23rd Street. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence, including a height waiver on a vacant site.
As we noted earlier this morning, the applicant is requesting a waiver of 3 feet. The board can approve up to a 4-foot waiver for an R3 zoning district. The applicant who is bringing forward this application has the main home on an adjacent parcel, which did receive a waiver back in 2019. They're requesting the same waiver to bring it into the same height. We are supportive of the overall design of the home. We did note that the home is well under the maximum lot coverage and unit size that could be built today. So with that, we are in favor of the application. However, since this is just a discussion item, we would ask that the applicant provide the presentation and the board provide any comments and feedback. With that, I'll turn it over to Ruben.
Mr. Chair, since we had started, but we had some technical difficulties, how do you want me to set the clock?
How much time do you think you need?
Oh, I think, how was it, like 10 minutes?
Yes,
I
but
think less
we
than that.
we used like half of it with technical issues.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Whatever it is, no problem.
We'll go ahead and give him 10, but he'll do it faster than that.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I will. Perfect. Thank you, members of the board and staff. First of all, I apologize for the morning thing. I'm trying to help, with all the situation, and see if we can move forward with, with a board meeting. As I said in the morning, this project is next to the 1420. That is the owner, is the same owner, and he wants to build the house like a guest house. He only have 2 bedrooms. You will see, let me see if I can move it.
Do you want to bring it? Okay.
Got it there? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it only has two bedrooms on the second floor, very small. That area is exactly what we're looking for the waiver height. And what we're trying to do is, let's say, align and design base of the existing house he had. It's bigger, the house for sure, but this is like a guest he wants to build, and he wants to have like a gym and a space for that. The other thing is he would like to put everything together at the same level on the backyard, so it has more green space. As you can see here, is huge, the area. We have, I think, on lot coverage only 21%, I think, that we can go to the maximum to the 30, and we didn't make that. And even on the proposed unit size is 26, halfway of we can build. This is the lot coverage for the main building, and as you can see on the second one, on the bottom one, it's only 1,300 square feet. That's, let's say, 10% of the lot size, because I think the lot size is 13,000. Yes, it's nothing. What we're trying to get is the 3 feet in order to match exactly his house. And we have, by the way, I sent Michael yesterday the letter of support of the other neighbor, that is Ronnie Cycli. And as you can see here, on the second floor we only have two bedrooms with a living room. The thing is, this is the materials. We're going to match exactly the 1420. It's like let's say a U shape at the end in order to have a big courtyard. We have a lot of setback between them, and we have 10-foot setback with Ronnie. And you will see on the next ones, that's the waiver that we're requesting. You see, it's not the complete, at the end, it's not the complete project, the volume. And in this case, it's the front view, trying to matching exactly the height of the 1420, and we have the plans in CAD about the 2301 lake, and that's how it match. But my bigger, let's say how can I say, my bigger concern that the client wants is trying to look the same and be consistent on the design. That's what we did. We did this before even that the DRB submittal. And we did it like this in order to see if we can accomplish that feeling. The main house has a crawl space, access to from the bottom. In this case, he doesn't want it because he doesn't use that on the main house. What we did is we elevated exactly the same level. We make exactly the same stairs, all of that. We reduce the size of the new building, but we have the garage, frontal garage on that side. That is on the corner. We analyzed that with Ronnie's house as well. It doesn't affect because he got, as you can see on the other one here, he got part of the elevated volume on the front. It's aligned exactly with the garage access. And what we did here is, you see, trying to match with the same height of the other one, and all the green space will be like that. We did this picture, or this aerial view, in order to show you how it's going to look like between them, and that you don't have on the presentation marked up like this. That's the lot indeed. And this is the area that we're only asking for the variance. As you can see, the alignment with that one that I did this one is aligned with the main house. And as you can see with Ronnie's, that is the neighbor next directly, is aligned with the other volume over there. Can we mark it here? Exactly. You see the volume over here is exactly aligned with that one. And he doesn't look any perspective over here. And the owner wants to have like a big improvement of this area for the sunset and all that, because he doesn't have it over here, okay? And I think that concludes the presentation. Do you have any questions or?
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, it's a waiver, not a variance that you're requesting.
Sorry, a waiver, correct. Sorry.
Anyone from the public wish to speak, come forward. Or raise your hand online.
Over here.
If you won't mind. I prefer to have the platform to myself. This morning I heard about this because my wife showed me the real deal. So I walk the island all the time. This, Sam, is on my island, a few houses away. And I never saw a notice. So I went and videoed. There was no notice posted in front of the house. So I think it's not fair if you want to hear it, but not to decide, because I haven't even had a chance to look at the plans, neither have neighbors. But I will point out a few things. Your own rules say a variance or something done for another property has no bearing on this one. So therefore, I would tell you to disregard the fact that something was done next door. Maybe it was a mistake. Okay, number two, I think if I read quickly that they're going for 14-foot NGVD for first level, and the minimum, they could go 8 feet plus 1, I think, 9. So they want the extra foot, bring the whole house down. Because what's happening where it affects us is when we walk the neighborhood, these big homes, and it's maybe it's smaller than they're allowed, but it's right up in front of the property, and it's overwhelming, the scale. There's a few things. They want to meet with me, I'm happy to meet with them. Okay? Let them push back. They want the height, let them push back. One thing you may not know, the one person who supported, I believe, actually had a right of first refusal when the house went for sale, and got $1 million from the seller for giving up the right of first refusal so they could buy the house. Okay, so there's that at play in this letter of recommendation, however you want to call it. Okay, so but I think it's wrong that they had no notice. I don't think it was.
We understand that.
And I don't think it was an accident. Okay, I can't prove it.
We understand that, and
okay, but anyway, so these are a couple of things, but the fact is, they want to push it back, but it's right on top of the street, and that's where it affects everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody online.
I'll close the public portion and turn over to the board for comments, but keep in mind that it's only for comments.
I have some comments about this to think about. This project looks amazing on paper. When I reviewed it, it was like, oh, this makes sense, the height, everything beautiful. And then I went to this property, and the adjacent house that your client already built is so out of scale with its adjacent neighbors. I think that this project is such a great example of why we need to think about precedent and context when we talk about these different projects, because on the one hand it makes perfect sense that the house adjacent should match so it seems cohesive, but the additional height that was given to the original house, in my opinion, that was a mistake. This is an island, a small island with lots of large houses, and this stands out as you drive up. It's all that you see. It's really it's really startling. So that was something that as I was standing there thinking about it, that, when we set these precedents and when we look at the context, this is something that was passed, 5 years ago? And now we're revisiting it, and it's the same question of, can I build extra high because this is what was approved years ago? I will also say, too, and, a comment maybe for next time to think of, in the drawings, these buildings look very light-colored, like there's a light wood, but in reality, I was so confused when I drove up that it's all dark gray. There are these very dark structures, and they are very close to the street. I will say it's a beautiful home, the one that's there. It's very well maintained, but it is very out of scale with the rest of the island. So those are my thoughts, and I just wanted to share that with my fellow board members, because again, it looks really good on paper, but might not necessarily translate in real life. So.
Thank you, Sarah.
Oh, and when you do come back, if you could also, again, make the color more accurate, and maybe I'd love to see sort of a head-on picture. We have a front view rendering from the side that's covered by a tree. If you could provide a direct view, that would be helpful.
Yeah, may I just to clarify a couple of things? The setback in this case is 30 feet from the property line, and the right of way I think is almost 12 feet in this case. But besides, if you've seen the page, can we pull it a little bit on the page 2.2? If you can see over here, this could be counted as encroachment, and we don't do it because it's exactly as the other house. Like at the end, the setback is 35 feet. It's not like we can do 20 on the first volume and go to the 40 to the second one. In this case, no, we don't trying to push too much the limits on the setbacks. And besides, the other setback is this one. You see, we have to the balcony, not to the structure. You see, 18, I think it's 18. Yeah, 18.4, and the required is 10. In this case, what we did is shifted back 5, I think almost 6 feet. That could be encroached as well, and we don't do that. And the thing is more I think, and this is my personal opinion, and I understand that a lot of the code has interpretations, but I think the waiver sometimes can be granted or not, depends on the context. If we do in this house without that height, I think it will be ugly like it is right now. I understand the position. I think that the large in the Alton that you said, can you open a Pandora box on that one? That I understand, because after that they want to ask in all of them for that. I understand that. In this case, you can approach that way. But being this the same owner, and the same owner wants to have it that way, I think the waiver needs to help the owner in order to give a solution for the contextual neighborhood. I'm very aware of the neighborhood, the entire neighborhood. We did several houses over there, and we understand all that. And I spoke with Michael several times on that one. We don't want to push if we don't need it, because at the beginning we tried to analyze it without getting the height, and even we did everything, all the plans to submit it to the city. I think it's on the system right now.
Okay.
But in this case, we think we need that in order to make the contextual correctly.
Sorry to interrupt you. Are there any other
okay.
design-related comments that we want to share? I think Sarah brought up a couple of good ones. One about the coloration, the materiality. If one side feels big, there's probably a good chance the other side will feel big or too close. There may be a way that they could relate to each other without being so literal. Literally, every proportion, every dimension, alignments, and everything. If it actually felt more casual or relaxed, it may be able to resolve all the things she brought up.
Yeah, even on the second floor,
we're not. Sorry, this is not a discussion. We're just
okay. Sorry.
If you could bring up slide 15, page 15, because you mentioned the house next door, and these are ready, which is a new house, and slide or number 15 in the presentation.
What is 15? Sorry, that like this I cannot see.
In the presentation.
Yeah. I cannot see the pages
next,
over here.
It
Next.
has the 3 structures.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. It's harder to see it up there, but these tower over the new house next door. Anyway, I understand what you're saying. And it's a lovely. Yeah, I just wanted the rest of the board to make sure to pay attention to that it's.
Anyone else?
I have a question. How are you going to handle the runoff, containing the runoff within the site?
We have civil drawings already done. We can. I think it's on the system with the city.
Because I see in the plan that you have I think it was. Let me see. .14 NGBD in the backyard.
Correct. Yes.
And the water is 4 point something.
Correct. No, the thing is, we already have plans for civil, and they already calculate all of that. We put trench on the front. I think it shows on this one, And we have the same, the Chris Colley is the architect, the landscaping architect, and he did exactly the same connection with the existing house, the other one, the 1420, in order to be consistent with the main design, exactly the same.
A retaining wall or anything, or
Between them, no, because we want to be the same levels between them. Okay, when it goes down, it has a trench on the front for the driveway, and the rest is contained exactly as we got it in the other one.
My biggest concern is dumping the water into
the city,
into the canal.
The canal. Yeah. I know the canal. No, we're working right now with the new seawall subcontractors, and they want to put it like the 6 inches.
You are proposing a seawall?
Say it again. A seawall?
You are
yes,
proposing
brand new.
A seawall?
Yes, brand new seawall.
But it's not shown anywhere here.
I think if we can pull it a little bit here. In here we have this note. I don't know if we can extend it.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Okay,
I see it. Okay.
CMB with the code and everything, because it's required. And the thing is, we're going to have 6 inches above the 914, I think.
It's important that Durham is requiring now that the grade be 6 inches below all seawalls.
Correct. And this one is 6 inches above. And I think I think Friday, we received the new seawall drawings.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
We'll see you again in a month.
Okay. Well, in 2, no?
2 months. Sorry.
2 months, right?
Sorry.
Yeah. Cannot push it to the other one.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, and because we have to advertise everything. Now it's already less than 30 days from March, and it wasn't brought to our attention until today. So again, I'm sorry for the applicant and sorry for the neighbors.
If you can send me something in
Yes,
writing
of
for
course.
the client and Todd. Besides that, thanks for the time. Appreciate it. Sorry about the issue in the morning.
Thank you.
And well, see you. The next one needs to be on soon because I think I cannot be here, by the way, in April. So I hope we can make it easier. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Ruben.
Thank you. Have a nice afternoon.
You too.
Carl, the next application is for 401 West 30th Street.
Next file on the agenda is the RB 22-0899. Property address 401 West 30th Street. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story residence, including variances from the maximum lot coverage, from the maximum yard elevation, from the minimum interior side yard setback requirements, from the minimum required deck setback requirement, and from the minimum pervious open space requirement in the rear yard, and 1 or more waivers to replace an existing residence.
So I'm just going to try to go through briefly because the applicant is requesting 1 waiver and numerous variances. So to simplify things, I'm going to go through quickly what the variances are and a recommendation. The first is a lot coverage variance, variance number 1, to go 26 square feet or 27 square feet over the maximum lot coverage. We are recommending denial of that variance request. Variances 2 and 3 are related. Due to the shape of the site, lots that have a frontage of less than 65 feet only require a 7.5-foot interior side setback. However, in this case, because the lot is wide at the front and narrows substantially at the back, they're technically over 65 feet and require a setback of 10 feet along the interior side. So they're asking for a variance to reduce that side setback from 10 feet to 7.5 feet, which then triggers the sum of the side yard to be 25 feet, which is going to be 15 feet, the side facing a street setback, plus the 10-foot, and they're proposing 7.5 feet. Based upon this extreme angle of the property, we are recommending in favor of variances 2 and 3, and that's related to the setbacks of the main house. Variance 4 is related to the elevation of the front yard to construct a driveway at an elevation of up to 8-foot NGVD. We are recommending approval of that request for the additional height for the front yard. And this is also related to variance number 5, related to the maximum elevation of the side yard facing a street in relation to a deck and driveway, which is proposed at an elevation of 11-foot and 10-foot NGVD. We are recommending approval, but they be modified to no higher than 8-foot NGVD. And part of the reason why we're recommending in favor of an 8-foot NGVD height is our new resiliency code was adopted by the City Commission just this month. And going forward, we did slightly elevate the maximum yard elevation allowed for single-family homes to go up to the minimum base flood elevation. So for that reason, we are recommending that variances number 4 and 5 be approved with an 8-foot NGVD elevation. Variance number 6 is related to the setback for the deck facing the street. The required setback is 10 feet. They're proposing 2 foot 2 inches. We're recommending denial and that the deck comply with the required setback. Variance number 7 is related to the minimum open space required in the rear yard. Unlike the project we saw earlier where we recommended in favor, in that case, previously they had landscaping in the front and a pool and the parking all in the back. In this case, they have a driveway in front and parking in the back. So we're recommending that that variance be denied and that they provide 1 parking space in the back versus the 2 in order to eliminate the need for that variance. Variances number 8 and 9 are related to the construction of a trellis facing the street. They're proposing a trellis as close as 2 foot 2 inches to the side setback, where the minimum is going to be 15 feet side facing the street. The last thing they're asking for is a design waiver for the interior side elevation in excess of 60 feet in length. We are recommending, if you look at their floor plan, they have a 2-story volumetric space facing their pool. We're recommending that the bedroom, which is on the opposite side, be moved to that location, and that they provide an additional inset or open terrace on the interior side yard to provide some relief of that 2-story side elevation. So in summary, we are recommending approval of the application, including the waiver and the variances as noted, as I've accepted or noted the exceptions, and I'll turn it over to the applicant to present the application. I know it's complicated, the variances, and hopefully when they attach the visuals to it, it'll be simpler to understand.
And before we begin, any ex-party communications? None. And I believe everyone was sworn in this afternoon.
Yeah, I've been here for a while, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I thought so.
Yes.
Okay, is 10 minutes okay?
Yes, it's fine. Thank
you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stuart Dabowski. I'm representing Dabowski Design Group. Also, our applicants, they were here earlier with their children. If you saw them running here and there, they ran out of patience, so they're watching on Zoom as well. Dr. Ayed and Dr. Chu and their children currently reside at this address. They're looking to take down a home that is in pretty severe disrepair. It's an older home, and it's in their words, leaking like a sieve. So hence the need to build a new home. The myriad of variances that we're asking for are just to basically use a pretty difficult and challenged site as we go through it. Hopefully that will be clearer. For the record, just for some comic relief, I'm not asking for a height variance. So I know it's been a big height variance day. So actually, in all seriousness, by rights, this building could theoretically be about 2.5 feet taller. So we're content with the height. So hopefully that's the easy part of today. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So as I mentioned, I'm here representing Dr. Ayed and Dr. Chu. And the project, as you can see from the site here, is on the corner there of 30th Street and Sheridan. And it does narrow significantly, hence the need to ask for only 7.5 feet of setback on the west side of the property on length as well. This is the current home as it sits on the site, and it's really kind of devoid of architectural style. It's basically just a house that over the years has been added onto and kind of coalesced into this. One interesting factor is that there is an old garage guest house type structure on the back of the property, and it's something that's meaningful to the client in the sense that they do have a family that comes from out of town, and they take advantage of the fact that it is on the corner, so they're able to use the 30th side as their front entrance, their own cars, and then be able to, when a guest comes, to use
the access to the side street there as well. So that's a feature that we're actually, as Mr. Belushi alluded to, asking for that to continue of sorts in our new design as well. Just to show some context of the neighborhood, obviously plenty of two-story volumes around us. And we tried to take some of the architectural cues from the neighborhood as we laid out the plan. This is the current building. It obviously sits way back to the back of the site with the small one-story building. It's something of a courtyard home, I guess you could call it, the way that it lays out now in its one-story version. Our new project, again, attempts to consolidate a bit, plays on the idea of turning itself towards the east, obviously to maximize views, natural light, things like that, and obviously respecting the setbacks to the northeast and south with a bit of relief on the west, just because of the way that the site narrows down to less than 50 feet at the top. This is the project. We're trying to accentuate the stair volume on the corner and just in terms of the massing of the house, give it a certain level of grandeur onto the corner while still breaking it down into a scalable size along the way. I know there's some critical thought about the length of the building, and towards the end of the presentation I'll show you some other examples of longer homes that are in the area. It really was our only way to truly use the site to accommodate what we honestly believe to still be a fairly modest home, just enough to accommodate decent-sized bedrooms and a nice area to entertain. Again, there's the old versus the new, so you can see that we're complying on open space, and again, the massing of the building is really meant to allow for the family to enjoy sort of a courtyard type feel towards the east. A few sections of the home, again, not asking for extreme height, but just to address the elephant in the room, which is the large open space for the living room. The idea being, again, that as they're entertaining, that happens on the pool side, takes advantage of natural light, takes advantage of family time, indoor, outdoor, as they enjoy the pool area as well as the living area. We'll get to so there's a floor plan view of the house. There's obviously the downstairs version, the idea being a small garage and really the public function of the house being downstairs, and then as we move upstairs, again, you can see very modest sized bedrooms, 13 by 11 for the kids, maybe a little bit bigger for the master suite. And the trellis that we were discussing is also meant to be a private viewing platform from the bedroom out over the pool deck, and it obviously sits above the area where the family would have barbecues and things like that, just to refer you back to that downstairs section as well. Roofing plan on the house, again, unlike many of the projects that you all see, we felt like that it was very strong to have a house that was not necessarily ultra-modern, flat-roofed. We wanted to give it scale, and we wanted to be able to shed water in a way that I think a lot of the projects that you're used to seeing do not. And the thought was to give it a residential scale, even though it sits in, on the beach in the context of modern buildings. A little bit on the materiality, you can see there. And then as we get to the elevations of the house itself, again, lots of glass facing the pool side, lots of vistas for the bedrooms to look out over the pool area and the open space. I do want to address on the western elevation, we took great care to make sure that there was movement on the west side, make sure that as we faced our neighbors, which is a longer building than you're used to seeing, we also wanted to break that up, both in terms of materials, scale, transparency. We did not want to build a wall to our neighbors, but frankly, the west side of the property was where we were able to get functional program to work on the design. These are some renderings, also just to point out some of the building materials. Again, the way that we choose to break up the scale of the building with materials. There's that west, north side facing the neighbors and west side facing the neighbors as well. And a few more sections. And then just a few three-dimensional drawings just to take you through the end of the project so you can see how it sits in context of the neighborhood around it from all four corners. And then I believe this is the last slide as we approach the house, obviously built up for flood. With that, I think I'll conclude and answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from the audience wish to speak or raise your hand online?
And there is nobody with their hand raised online?
So I'm going to close the public portion and turn it over to the board, excuse me, for comment.
Yeah, I tend to concur with staff's analysis regarding the variances. I agree that the shape of the lot does present a practical difficulty warranting the grant of variance numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 with modifications, but not 1, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
If I may, I'd just like to point out that we're over by about 27 square feet, 0.3% over. So it's a very minor, almost negligible amount.
Yeah, I guess the problem with that is that it works both ways, I guess. We could say, hey, it's so negligible, you should figure it out. Anyway.
Candidly, that would be a win.
Yeah, so it's funny, I looked at this one earlier this week, and I was like, oh, this is kind of different than what we usually see. So that's actually kind of a nice thing. I love these complicated sites in a way. Probably your clients don't, and maybe you don't, but because they present a challenge, and most of the properties here in Miami Beach, probably 95% of them in the residential arena, are rectangular, and they vary. Some are longer, some are thinner, but this is a long, and it's got a weird shape. So you had a complicated task because you were given a program by a specific client, and you had to kind of squeeze it all in here. So I think you've done a really admirable job. I'm actually digging kind of the vernacular that you've created here. Thank you for not asking for an extra 4 feet of height. This is, I could call my whole board's attention to the sections they have, and you can see there's a 9-foot clear space on the second floor. So it can be done. You can live in a bedroom with only a 9-foot ceiling. How strange. So, and I think, are there ways to kind of work a little bit to eliminate some of the variances as staff has indicated? I do think so. Even the side yard, which is a waiver, that's the one with the 60 foot. I appreciate the fact that you've done actually quite a bit to make that west elevation. Actually, at first I thought, was that the main entrance? Because it kind of looks like the front of the house in a way, but clearly this is kind of like a back door to the kitchen. But by what you've done with the wood surrounds and the kind of different things in the facade, even though there's not the required 8-foot notch out or whatever what the code requires, I think I can see that you've spent all sides of this home kind of look like they've been evolved and designed, and I really appreciate that because typically we don't see that at all.
Thank you.
And especially in a neighborhood like this where things are tight, where your homes are close together, this home will have a fairly big impact from you're not on the water, but like from two sides, from street sides, from people walking. So I think all the efforts you've done to create some slightly different roof lines and the volumes and the wood and the glass and the railings and the lighting, I think these are all going to kind of make this present very well to the neighborhood. It looks like a kind of a neighborhood home to me. So,
Thank you.
I would hope your neighbors would appreciate
Thank you.
that. Yeah. Those are my comments for now.
Thank you.
Thank you for your explanation. And there's a lot of things that Jason said that I agree with. I think that, certainly the challenge when you mix styles and time periods is if you do it right, it's amazing, but it's really hard to do it right. And one of the things I find that there are certain parts of your design that I think are really successful, and I would love to see more of that. And to get really specific, I too spent a lot of time looking at this, and I also like that it's a little bit different than what we've seen. One of the things that first struck me on the front elevation that I think is really successful is there's sort of two sections. There's the main entrance, and you have these tall, skinny, and wherever you use the wood, the sort of two-story wood, I think that's very successful. It's not too high of a structure, but it's in the national light. It's very nice. You repeat this along the side, along the pool, and it has a rhythm to it. And I think that's very successful. And I would encourage you to use that as a motif. Where I think sometimes I feel like it could be refined is on that facade. And maybe if we bring up, what page am I looking at? Page 32 in the presentation, or even 31.
How do I know what page number we're at? I'm sorry.
Sheet A134, which is the 31st page of the,
And when I see, good details, well resolved, I just want to see more of them. And I want to make sure that everything around it is pointing our eyes to enhance that. And I think that with this, on the left side, it's not as well articulated. I'm left wondering, it's great that you're highlighting the front door. I really know where the front door is and it's going to guide me. I'm not quite sure why you need to highlight the garage door in the same way. Not as important. Also, again, you have this beautiful two-story vertical details throughout, but then it's broken up a little bit here again in this front section. So that would be something that I might encourage you to revisit, maybe even if it's a matter of, instead of having the metal railing, put the wood that's around the garage, maybe make the railing wood, or I don't know. Again, I like the vertical, and what's ever enhancing the vertical, that's what I personally want to see more of. And then on the other, again, going around the side facing the pool, well done, because it just has this simple, vertical frame, wood frame element to it. And then I would say along the west side, which is this long facade, which I agree with Jason, has been broken up by a lot of nice detail. There were just some questions that I had, and this is on A146, or page 42.
I had so many more images that I didn't even share. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And the next one.
Next one, sorry.
One more. That. So let me ask you a question. There's a big solid square there. Is that
this relief?
Yes. What is that?
So I should have probably started the presentation by really complimenting the interactions that we've had with staff. Our team working directly with Michael and his crew. A lot of the sensitivities that you all have been complimentary about are a direct relationship with their office. Again, this is literally just meant to be a relief. So that happens to be where their master closet is, and what we're basically trying to express there was just some give and take on the elevation in and of itself. It almost feels like there should be like a statue in the niche or something like that. But really, our idea was just to basically play on the volumetric there. It also helps us with square footage.
Yeah. No, I almost want to. I feel like this is a facade that could go back to just. There's a lot going on. I mean, I realize it's a very, very long facade. I don't think that relief is maybe as successful as it could be. So that, to me, this side, I realize this is essentially the back of the house, but that facade could be refined a little bit more. It's sort of like choose a decorative element and go with it.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think, if the board is going to approve, we can work with you. There's a lot happening here with different window styles, proportions. There's a lot happening. So I think editing and simplifying would be something we can work with.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it's I have to say, I think what also I think the roof is working against what you're trying to do in terms of, I read this and maybe I'm reading it wrong as a transitional, not fully modern, but I almost feel like in terms of combining time periods and styles, I almost want to see a flat roof. But again, that's just my personal preference. But overall, and then in terms of the variances, I tend to agree with staff. I think that's a great explanation for why there's a driveway off, and I want to, and I'm thinking maybe you can just make that a little bit smaller. But yeah, I mean, overall, I feel like there's some really good nuggets here, and with a little bit of refinement, I personally think that could be done on the staff level. I think this would be a really nice addition.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree, Sarah. There's definitely a little bit of material confusion, I guess, which is what I think this happened just because you want to get there, right? But like I love the element that you have around the stairwell window with this stucco tiered thing. And I know that you kind of only used it there, but I think you have sort of like 6 different facade treatments, and maybe we just need 4, maybe. Like, right?
Yeah.
Like just a little bit of clarification, I think, would go a long, long way. Because some of the stuff is, like Sarah said, is really beautiful. And then other times you're kind of like, oh, there's like clapboard siding in a square. Like, what's that for?
I do love that. I'm glad you pointed that out. The white detail, the recession, like that's really
classic,
really nice. And that whole, like I said, that whole side that faces the pool, you just like, it's nice.
Do you have any suggestions on the roof if it were not to be flat? Just because, again, we struggle with that. Just because it's on the beach doesn't mean it has to be a flat roof. In fact, there's some really beautiful pitched roofs, in this city. Is it the material itself? Like, does it want to be metal as opposed to?
Just, when I look at that, and maybe Jason also has some other ideas, it just seems to me that there's so many the design elements that I like the best, that I think are the most successful, strike me as sort of modern. It's like very clean lines, and so that's why a pitched roof might ring. But maybe if those other elements are resolved, then the pitched roof won't stand out as much. I don't know. It's just something worth.
And of course, you can modernize a pitched roof.
Right.
You could do I guess a standing seam metal, or I was thinking even like instead of a barrel tile, like a dark flat, like a concrete tile or something that would look maybe a little bit more in line with the modern. I mean, barrel tile kind of has its origins, and changing it to black, that's actually fairly unique. You don't see too much of that around, but it's still the shape, I guess, that seems to sort of make a very literal jump back to a certain time, and maybe it seems like your home is sort of trying to be a little bit more timeless. Like you're not really creating, it's very eclectic, I think. So maybe the barrel tile doesn't.
We would love to do concrete flat tile just because it feels contemporary and clean, and that charcoal gray seems to be like selling out everywhere you go.
And I'm a huge fan. I mean, of a sloped roof. I mean, honestly, there's no better way to make a roof that doesn't leak than a sloped roof. So,
amen.
Every flat roof, you're asking, water's like sitting on a pool on top of my house. So,
yes,
I don't have I think contextually, I think it can work with this design. I think you've kept the slope relatively. It's not like it's not a house that's all about its roof, right? So
correct.
I like what you have done architecturally, although I do agree with most of what the other board members have commented on. I do have a couple of questions on pool enclosure. I see you have a fence on the east side of the house. How about on the west?
We do have a small gate on the west, I believe.
Where is that?
Let me go to. It'll be in the site plan, I think. Yeah, we're obviously very sensitive to the pool enclosure desire. Now that you're saying it, I'm not seeing it, but 100% acknowledge that we have to do.
Okay, so make sure that you have the
yes.
Self-closing, self-latching.
Yes, of course.
And also about the runoff. How are you handling? I see that from the pool, you're
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm just recognizing we actually fenced it off across the north boundary. So we're actually using the house as the fence on the west. So we have a north fence that runs east, and we have a south fence that runs east.
Okay, I see that you're sloping from the pool towards the property line.
Yes.
So you're dumping the water on the.
No, we would catch it in landscape with berm. You know, we would catch the water, of course, sloping away from the house.
Okay,
But
so you should provide a grading plan to staff.
agreed.
And on the landscape plan, the triangles of visibility are missing, and there is planting shrubs within the triangles of visibility.
Okay, noted.
When we get to the rear, now that is an approach, right?
There is a driveway approach, yes, on the.
So how are you handling, because you have a triangle at the property line? So that, Michael, that small 6x6 column can be inside the triangle, right?
Which sheet is that on?
It's on the landscape plan on the
Like L1 maybe of the landscape set.
L1, all the way at the rear. There's a square. I don't know what that is. I guess there's a laundry area or something like that.
Where the outdoor kitchen is and the trellis.
To the
area.
left of tree number 2.
And that's going to be up to, I'm not sure if that's if the 6x6 is too big. That'll be reviewed by Public Works, but I'll put a condition in.
It's inside the property.
Yeah, but even inside the property, it has to comply with the requirements.
I'm sorry?
It has to comply with the requirements for visibility even inside the property.
Okay. So that's about all. Oh, yes. I do think that the landing at the doorsteps is quite a little bit small. You're opening the doors out. So if you're standing there,
At
you
the
could,
front door?
you could easily fall back.
At the front door?
Yeah. Especially having sufficient space there. And you will be needing a railing there when you have 7 steps.
Yes. Artistic license, but I know I need a handrail. Yes, understood. That's a good thing.
Thank you.
It's not a
Thank you
problem
for
to
a nice-
increase the
nice
width
job.
of that.
I'm going to jump in here and say I disagree with everything. I think this house is confusing, in my opinion, and it's not real clear what you're trying to say architecturally. You say a lot, but I'm not quite sure I'm understanding it. And I think your comments about simplifying it, reducing the number of gestures or moves, refining it, unifying it, it'll go a long ways. But I'm confused by it, because you look at every elevation and there's nothing that, you keep repeating things, like someone said 6 moves, could be cut down to 4 or even 3. I actually think the proportion of the overall house is appropriate on this site, but the gestures are not communicating cohesively.
Your comment is towards the materiality?
Everything.
Everything.
Well, I can make a motion if you want to try something, at least for the design. I don't know. No?
Go ahead.
Okay, I move to approve DRB 22-0899, the design inclusive of waiver number 1, with staff conditions, and that the applicant will work with staff on refining exterior design elements with specific attention to the west. Is that the west-facing facade?
The west is to the neighbor, yes.
Yes, the west-facing facade and the south-facing facade.
Second.
Do you want to also include the condition regarding flat concrete roof tiles?
Yes, please. Yes.
I think that's part of the confusion.
Yes.
Okay. That was seconded by Mr. Sheldon.
Yes.
Just, Jason, to clarify, when you said with staff recommendation, that's including swapping the open space, the volumetric space in the bedroom, or no?
Oh, no, I'm okay with, no, not with
Okay, so
that condition.
we'll take out this-
Excluding that condition.
Okay,
yes.
got it. So motion made by Mr. Agopi and seconded by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor on the design?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
One opposed. The motion passes 5-1.
Thank you.
Do we vote on each of the waivers
Well, I think
separately?
let's start with what maybe there's a consensus on in terms of the variances. So
I'll make a motion. I move to approve variances 2, 3, 4, and 5 as modified, as proposed by staff.
do I have a second on that?
I second.
Let's wait for Orlando to come back.
Well, while we're waiting, working with staff, is that anything different than we've been doing all along, or is there a different process?
No, the same process.
Okay, fair enough.
We just bring in more staff.
No, it's free help as far as I'm concerned. So thank you. We're very excited about the project. It's nice to build here. And then just as a point of clarification, the items that you were saying that you do not recommend passing, are those going to be voted on as well?
Depends if we get right now. We just have a motion to
to approve those few
as recommended. If somebody else wants to make a motion after that, we can take a motion and vote on the other items if there is a motion.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, Mr. Comas, there is a motion now to approve the variances as recommended by staff. So I'm going to indicate all in favor on the variances. This would be to approve variances 2, 3, 4, and 5 with the modifications recommended by staff. All in favor of those variances?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So those variances have passed 6-0. Is there any motion on any of the other variances?
6 through 9 are regarding the pool deck, basically, right?
Right.
I move to deny variances 1, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
All in favor of denying variances 1, 6, 7, 8, and 9?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Those variances have been denied.
Understood. Okay, so we'll be in touch then.
Yep.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day.
With that, we have one last item on the agenda.
Next file on the agenda is file DRB 22-0901, property address 1275 North Biscayne Point Road. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence, including an understory and one or more waivers to replace an existing residence.
So in this case, the applicant is requesting a 1-foot height waiver. This is zoned RS3, and the board can grant up to a 4-foot height waiver. In this instance, there is an understory, and the additional 1 foot is being provided within the understory area. They're placing the first floor elevation at an elevation of 15.5 foot NGVD, which is 7.5 foot above the base flood elevation. So they're already getting a penalty in terms of the height by placing the first floor at that elevation. But they are requesting that waiver in order to get the additional foot in the understory. Now, just so the board knows, as part of the Resiliency Code, which was adopted by the City Commission, and just to clarify for Sarah, it still will require all understory homes to come before the DRB. However, it does grant or afford an additional height allowance that's not a waiver going forward. So for future applications, they would not have to ask for this waiver, but since this was applied for under the old code, they are asking for the waiver, but 3 months from now, this would require review but not a waiver. So just want to make that clear. We are recommending approval of the application with the conditions outlined in the draft final order. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicant to present the application.
And before we start, I just need to ask for any ex parte communications.
I see none.
None. Okay. And 10 minutes, okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your time. My name is Baruch Bonham. I'm the owner with my wife, Sarah. So we had this opportunity to buy this house, and we wanted to make this house like the perfect house matching with our family. We have 6 kids, 6 boys. They all run like kids. Then they need space. We know then they're gonna grow up, and we really want to live in Miami. We already live in this island. We already love this area, so we want to have this house more designed for them, meaning like we want to have this bottom space for them to be receive friends and not bothering above. We want to have them run around and have these nice friends, because all of these 6 kids are gonna have a lot of friends, I wish, and they're gonna grow up in Miami, and I don't want them to stay outside, and I want they stay in the house, but downstairs, then they have all this open space for them to be enjoy and not like be squeezing inside the house. So we really want with my wife to have this house designed like that, because that's what we so far need. So Deborah help us to design this perfectly house, so she will maybe go over what. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here. Long day, lots of discussions. My name is Deborah De Leon from Village Architects. I'm a principal, and our office is located in 99 Northwest 38th Street. I've served on almost all the committees on Key Biscayne, which we work with a lot, to all of them actually, since we became incorporated, and we deal with a lot of the same things that you are, the high-rising tables, the non-conforming, low-lying houses. And the more we've studied all this and the more we look at that, we really are coming to an understanding that these understories are just like hashtag free the crawl space. All of a sudden we're elevating the whole house, crawl spaces that are 8 feet high, that are mucky, a place for lots of humidity. I don't know, there are always, all these crawl spaces that are closed in are always kind of spooky inside. And I think that once you elevate the house and create this understory, you almost don't have a yard. It's a residual of what's left over, that after the house, after the pool deck, you really encompass the whole yard as the yard of use for paddleboard downstairs. I mean, to have like a whole area downstairs for entertaining and use of the yard. Also, as a person that lives personally on a low-lying house, I think I would prefer a house that was more elevated, because at least I would get the breezes and the landscaping, and not this huge, massive wall of crawl space with small vents, hurricane vents along the side to allow for the water. So the design of the house, this is where it is located. The house is a modern house. And we wanted to kind of even open up the garage and make it more of a carport, not facing the street, but creating, a nice kind of elements with a rooftop, with garden, kind of lightening up the pedestrian scale. I also think that just walking into the house at that pedestrian scale is not only more beautiful when you're walking around. I also think as the water, if you're paddleboarding or you're on a boat, the water, the house on the rear is also very open. You're not looking at monumental stairs. Imagine you're in the water looking at monumental stairs to the pool that's 8 feet above the mean high water tables, probably even more. So it opens up. I feel that it gives it more of a light sense, instead of that big heavy bottom that's kind of like all the houses. There's a couple of them down the street, 1425 Cleveland, have a very heavy crawl space that I think has been elevated to similar to what we have now, but with the idea of pushing even the bottom in a little bit, that we have a lot more only columns and spaces that open up the bottom to have more breezes, more green space, and not to mention for resiliency basis, it's just the water. You build this all with stones, stucco, areas that if the water just goes through, you let the water flow through. Water tables recede after a big event. Clean up, pressure clean the house, and you've obviously taken off any furniture or anything that you have downstairs and you put it upstairs. But I think that this design should be something that we should really be looking towards in doing. The Keys has done it for years successfully. The thing is they never did any drama to the bottom. I mean, you could create green walls, you can create water features down there, you can create beautiful finishes that will help in kind of creating like this wow when you walk in, but you've just walked in to the understory. But it's kind of like you don't have to go upstairs. If the kids coming and they're all playing a game, they could just walk through the house and be using the bottom, the whole yard as their house. This is the roof framing plan. I want to jump in. So as you see, as you come in here, you come into the driveway, have a large carport, which is kind of open and kind of interesting with the big pillars kind of looking at landscaping all the way around it. Come in through here, you have your elevator core that goes all the way up. You have a porch, and then you have all of this be completely an open space, open to the yard, but an ability to use it as a nice sitting area on the water next to the pool, a ping pong or pool table here, and kind of like an area for dining and all that. A couple little storages, and boat storages for kayaks and all of the other things that we have, toys for the water. And then you come upstairs, and then you'd have, the two-story house element, also breaking back the setback, having a kind of a roof garden with a planting all the way around the side, and a roof deck, which would also help in bringing down the scale, because remember, it's almost at a grade, so there's not this massive front right away as a pedestrian view, and that would continue to go up to the second floor. We're not doing a roof garden. We're not trying to push it. We're just trying to do the design that we enable the understory to be the wow of this house, which is usually the ooh, who's going in there kind of a look. These are kind of the elevations in flat, more elevations in flat. We've also taken a lot of effect of bringing in, that's required to bring in certain areas to give some relief to the side setbacks. The same on the other side, we're giving relief and bringing all of this area in. The materials, we're using the faux wood on part of the walls. We're using standing seam metal roof and some stone cladding that is more like a keystone kind of floor on the walls. The color is going to be very white. The doors will also be more like in the bronze colors. And then I have here, these are other houses that we're also doing that have the understories that I just think are really giving us these huge elements, but instead of this whole bottom being a block, it's a usable space. And this is a house we did many years in Key Biscayne, but you see here kind of how phenomenal this kind of understory is and how it opens up to the yard and still having your 2 stories up above that. But it gives you just so much use instead of the yard being a residual of where the house finishes and this now almost 8-foot crawl space in many of these, what's required by FEMA, of being just dark, mold infested, kind of humid, crawling spaces like that. So I think that we're not asking for too much. We're just trying to see. I know that the understory will hopefully one day not have to even come ahead of the board, but we're hoping that the board favorably approves it.
Does that complete your presentation?
That is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone from the audience wish to come forward and speak about this project, please come now. And if you're online, raise your hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to say that I've had the chance.
We need to know your name.
Oh, sorry. Dylan Tayeb. I've had the chance of living on Biscayne Point for a long time, about 4 houses down from this property. And I can say that the understory house, the devastation that happens during storms and the surge, even just from or summer rainstorms is really a detriment to the quality of life, and it would generally benefit homes to have that sort of program. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, there is nobody with their hand raised online.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public portion, turn over to board for comment.
The photos that you have in your file at the end that say similar concept, these are homes that your firm has also designed?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, they're very nice. And I actually see kind of a similar, this new home for this client looks of a similar style to some of what I'm seeing here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
And you,
the concept, especially the concept of the pool and.
If you come up
you
to the
have
mic,
to get
yeah,
to the mic. I'm sorry.
Yes, it's conceptually, especially just that whole understory that the pool is at one level. We're not elevating the pool. We're just using the whole yard, I think.
Yeah, and I think this is very clearly, obviously, especially because you're showing us some other projects that you've done, your understanding of how to successfully work on a site of this size, which is quite small in a way, and still create a usable understory. To me, it's very successful. We do see a lot of examples where it's very important for the client to put the pool up at the first floor.
Yeah.
So obviously we know what that creates. We've seen them on houses of this size and lots of this size where it creates that big wall that you're talking about. So I do really appreciate the fact that this sort of has this, this vernacular that reminds me of like some of the nicer areas like in the Jersey Shore, or Key West, where you actually have like a house on Pilotis, and it's all very open. And I think the way you've thought about the entrance and not having this big garage out front, and the fact that you kind of enter underneath the home to the front door, but it's still very, very open to the front. I feel it's really successful to me. Even the whole front facade and the front of the home seems very open to me, as opposed to very closed, which is also something.
Free the crawl space.
Yeah, well, I can see there's like an effort not to, this house. It seems like it wants to be like seen and not unseen, and a lot of times we see homes, and even in this area, which of course a lot of this development is happening here in this area because it's one of the last places in Miami Beach where there's still a lot of old one-story homes but the lots are very small. So you see some. I've looked at many homes in this area, the new ones, and there's some very weird, very odd things that have happened. I think that are a result of a small lot,
right.
And the desire and the requirement to pretty much put the biggest house that you can.
Right.
And then when you combine that with an understory, you can end up with some very
bottom heavy.
Bad things there. So I like the fact that this sort of has a very unique look. I think there's definitely something not your typical white sugar cube that we see a lot of. Do I think maybe a little bit of design refinement, similar maybe in language to some of the things we said on the previous applicant? Mm-hmm. I think maybe here, but I'm also happy to see that some of the projects I see that you've completed look very well thought out and very well conceived and built, and I think this neighborhood would be happy to have a home like this as a neighbor. So.
Thank you so much.
I can continue what Jason was saying, and that I agree with a lot of it. And I, yes, to a lot of, in general, I think this is a great project and great location. I'm sure your family is going to enjoy many happy years. But I too, I'm drawn. I'm really glad that you incorporated those other photos of the other projects, and I do think if there was sort of another, again, like there's moments in this house that are very, very successful, but I do find some elements a little bit confusing. And I think the difference between this proposal and the ones that you show us is that there is maybe a reduction again. Maybe there's one motif, or there's a repetition of certain of the same elements. One of the things that, and I don't know if this is just the rendering, it seems a little bit confusing, is this intersection of the slope roof and maybe the flat roof. Again, it's if you go to page, I guess it's page 2 of the presentation, the front rendering.
Oh, the front one.
With the elevator
This
shaft.
one.
Yeah,
That's not there. Actually, that was when we were going to do a rooftop. I'm sorry. That is no longer, that flat area up here. Oh, up here? Is this what you're talking about?
Yes.
That's not there. It was.
Okay.
So it's really just the clean,
That's what
slope, very low sloped roofs,
Uh-huh.
and glass railings. We're using the faux composite wood, which is also actually LEED certified as well, on the facade. But no, that's not.
Okay.
That's not
Thanks
there.
for that. So I can't. And then what's the material? I like this carport design, the intersecting lines. What is that a stone?
It's a stone. It's going to be, it's on here somewhere. It's a stone that looks kind of like a keystone.
Okay.
But in a larger format.
And
So
then
it look
the
almost
fence
like
is different too.
the fence.
Light?
The fence is the same material as the columns, but not the pickets on the front are going to be open, kind of freestanding pickets to hold.
Some of like a wood.
A wood
type.
faux. It's going to be aluminum,
Yeah.
but it looks going to look the same color as the.
And again, it's in the front facade. Is there sort of a column of the gray stone to the right?
Yes, and you see it better in the flat. There's kind of like a wall here that has no windows. It's where some bathrooms are. It's just having that same material up here, kind of just to kind of give some verticality to that corner.
So I think overall, I think the design could be refined a bit in that there's a lot of different elements. There's a lot of different moments that if there was, reducing it. For me, and maybe it's that the center wood-clad section is sort of popped out. Like I look at the rear and it's recessed, and that seems a bit more cohesive in the rear. I don't have as many specific comments about this one as I had about the other one, but I do feel like that it just needs, to sort of like I don't really know what this house is saying. Whereas I find with some of the other designs that you showed us, it's very, very clear. And I think the difference is that in those, there's fewer elements repeated very strongly, whereas here there's a lot of elements.
I also think renderings, although they're helpful a lot, they kind of show the house kind of like if you're looking at it like this. When you look at a house, it is,
Right.
You're seeing it all. So a rendering, although we're trying to depict it to look as close to what it is, it's never really seen like that. First, I'd probably have to be flying somewhere up to be able to look at the house at that level, because it's not really eye level. But if you could give us some direction, or we can work that out with staff, that would be phenomenal.
So
I'm happy to do whatever. Michael and I have been working a lot on this, and they've been super helpful. Any kind of cleaning up of some of these details, if we can have some.
I'm just wondering, maybe if Sarah, they don't need that stone, that gray stone on the front elevation, because that's.
I think it's something like that, or maybe because I'm also now looking on the let's see, it's page 8, which is at the south elevation, and that's a drawing, and that shows the different elements very clearly. And again, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 4 or 5 different materials, details. There's just a lot going on.
Materials, there's 2. The stone and the wood.
2.
And stucco.
And the stucco and the glass. And then you have the columns. I want to, I don't know. I want my eye to go into one place, and it's jumping around a lot.
Maybe, too, I noticed that on the back side, you have glass railings all the way around in terms of returns. In the front elevation, you have solid stucco on the side. So I'm wondering if maybe to lighten that up, it should be glass.
All the way around?
Glass all the way around at the front.
Something.
Simplify that. I think that would simplify than having the
and even
portion.
That's
even
doable.
in the rear, that frame, that's an interesting detail. Again, it's another detail.
Which one? Excuse me.
And the rear elevation, the frame along.
Oh yeah.
those are my impressions. That I think that as a way to, and maybe I also noticed too on the front elevation, the fenestration, the band on the top and the band on the bottom are different sizes. Like maybe if those were uniform, like I'd
The band?
the windows.
The width of the window, you have two large glazing on the second floor and two large on the bottom, but they're actually, I see on the top, they're a little narrower for some reason, due to programming maybe, but I think Sarah's looking for a little bit more order, right?
Are you talking about the size of the windows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some.
But for me, I think you could work with staff similar to the last.
Okay.
I think I'm super happy. I also see like your side elevations are full of fenestrations, full of in and outs.
Yeah.
I like that your roofs are. I think they're at slightly different heights too. For maybe I see in one of the.
No, I think it's the perspective.
Okay,
I think
the
they all
perspective
start
is
and
a little
end at the same
truncated, but
spot. Yeah.
I think we're not trying to. We don't want to dumb it down. We just want to. We think a little bit of clarity would go a long way.
I'm happy to work with Michael and staff on that for sure.
And it's great. There's like windows all over the place on all sides. It's really, really nice.
No
it's
expensive
definitely-
artwork necessary.
It definitely looks like a very comfortable house.
Yeah, it does,
which we don't see that often. There's so many times when I've seen it's like, oh, that doesn't. But this
Well, it's
seems like a
homey.
livable.
It's definitely
yes.
home. And that was a big thing for them. They have
Yes.
six boys. Can you imagine? 6 boys.
I like the design very, very much. And I love the understory. I think a few tweaks with their comments are it's fine. The landscape plan is very plain and direct, very clean. I would recommend that he does a little bit more landscape. There are some areas in the front that are too plain.
Okay.
That he could add a little bit more.
Okay.
He's missing the triangles of visibility, but it doesn't affect anything
Right.
in the plan. Okay.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve DRB application 22-0901, inclusive of the 2 waivers, and also that the applicant will work with staff to work on refining exterior design elements and materiality on all 4 facades, and will work with staff on augmenting landscaping at the front of the home.
Yes.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Agopian, seconded by Mr. Comas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Have
Thank
a
you
great
very much.
afternoon. Finally.
Congratulations.
We can have real lunch now. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Adjourn.
Just to remind everybody, our next meeting is on a Wednesday, March 8th.
Am I supposed to be here?
Hopefully the commission doesn't make appointments, we won't have a meeting. So the commission has to make the appointments. Yeah, so hopefully we have Sam and Orlando are up for reappointment, so they should hopefully be reappointed this month, so you can appear next month.
The next month.
Otherwise, we won't have a meeting. With that, we can adjourn.